I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Welcome, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and tonight is our anti-war rally. I'm wearing my eagle tie, which is a beautiful tie, showing the American eagle and all that we stand for. The pride, the incredibly sharp vision. And it is part of the Vulture family, so let's not forget the fact that we're bearing a huge responsibility. Being a powerful nation, we should also be fair, and we should also be honest. But it seems like Donald Trump is neither fair nor honest. We're thinking that maybe Rex Tillerson's statements recently are true, that frequently he would say to Donald, "That's illegal, we can't do that," and Donald would be upset. Apparently Donald likes to do illegal. He doesn't seem to have a problem taking Russian money in advance of the election, which was completely illegal. And we're going to find out exactly how many mistakes he's made along the way. Now, he recently appointed Matthew Whitaker to the position of Attorney General. There's no evidence that he's even capable of doing this job. He's never been vetted by the Senate, whereas Rosenstein has. He should have moved up. Rod Rosenstein should have been the Attorney General. So all of these acts that Donald is doing is acting like a person obstructing justice. And we'll talk about that later tonight, all the different ways he's obstructed justice. Former Nixon lawyer is speaking out. Congress will have little choice but to begin impeachment hearings. No choice but to start the impeachment proceedings. Watergate counsel resigned to Trump's possible fate on CNN. So one of the top White House Watergate experts at the time is saying it's going to happen. And I think the Democratic House is poised to start. They just have to, get associated with their jobs. A lot of these people are new to government.
So, Greg, in the filing from the Southern District, and this is the crucial part MJ was referring to, right? Obviously, they're taking a very tough line against Michael Cohen on his cooperation. But they are saying in a court filing, right, for the first time, right, They're saying that the president of the United States, knew about this payment to Stormy Daniels. Is this saying the president of the United States committed a felony?
Yeah, it's hard to read this document without interpreting it as just flat out implicating the president of the United States in a couple of different felonies relating to campaign finance laws. I don't know that there's any other way to read that. And
okay, that's a starting point. We could go on in detail later. Yeah, so campaign finance law would be violated. At the very least, we're looking at that. But again, allowing a Russian to work for our government in the most important position, National Security Advisor Michael Flynn, 24 days. I still am wondering if we're being a little too light on him, because he could have passed secrets to the Russians during this 24-day period. The controversial video is a very simple video that was created for the submission over at the Von Mus show. And it's nothing really to speak of. There's nothing really controversial about it. So for him not to play it, a submission that I went out of my way to create, shows you exactly what we're dealing with here with the Von group. Okay, I'll possibly play the video later tonight. That's on the list. All right. I'm sure a lot of people are having a good time, but I was disgraced over there, and it really upset me that he went ahead and played 2 hate videos that were produced by people claiming they made a lot of money doxing us. Now, they didn't say the word doxing, but they did say they made a lot of money, and we still don't know how they made their money. Hi, Add the One. Welcome. Yeah, so we have alternative video playing at Periscope if you ever have any problems with CoinHive on the Von channel. Alternative video of the show. Yeah. So some people have CoinHive mounted on their computer, and they're wondering why their computer is running at 90% capacity. He's not going to play the video I submitted, but I'll play it later. You'll see it. It's nothing at all. It's no big deal. I'm not going to do that. My position has been very clear. I went in there with a decent attitude, and was basically disgraced. I walked out. I am. And the reason why Mark is floating in cash along with all these other people is because of the censorship that's been going on. They're taking away from us, the American people, a chance to fight back. Those people are standing against the free speech and the political process of America. And as any network knows, they're under the control of the FCC now. So he has to answer to the FCC someday regarding what he's been doing. I'm also on iVlog, which is a smaller network, but we're also encouraging people to, check out iVlog. If you haven't seen it over there, it's a Flash-based system. And it's, you can see it at ivlog.tv/user/America's Third Party. Or you go to our website and click on our video casting buttons. Some of them are not working right now, though. The site that we had set up temporarily as a backup, that was shut down. He's not going to be able to apologize to me, no. Not after playing those 2 videos ahead of me, which were slanderous. No, he doesn't make much money on the VIP memberships. Yeah, he made most of his money from some other surreptitious means. Manafort is definitely screwed. Yeah, he did the same thing Michael Cohen did, lie to government officials, lying to Mueller after a plea agreement was set up. And I have a feeling Manafort and Cohen are worried about their lives. That's what a person worried about their own life or the life of their family would do. Even if a plea agreement's in place, without witness protection, you don't know if you're going to make it out alive. Even if you make it in the jail, you get killed in jail too. Well, Karen McDougal's still working on her book, and she hasn't done much, but it looks like Karen McDougal made $150,000 from the money that was given to the editor-in-chief of the National Enquirer, a friend of Donald Trump's. And Stormy Daniels was definitely paid $130,000 by Michael Cohen, who got the money from Trump, and even Giuliani admitted they paid him. Yet Donald Trump said he knows nothing about it. He was caught lying on a plane saying he knows nothing about the money, when in fact Giuliani's admitted that he gave him $130,000. And Michael Cohen said, yeah, he had to pay her off. So yeah, a lot of things are happening, and not just one thing. It's happening on all fronts. This is a man who's virtually getting slowly sucked down into the morass of evil and corruption that he himself tried to emerge from. And now his connections to the Russian oligarchs and all the misdealings that went on to get to the election, to control and rig the election and control the media and all the talking points, and to change the complexion of our political structure with Russia's help, that is a gross felony. That is treason. And I just hope that this thing ramps up properly so that Mueller can get everything laid out properly so that the Democrats can then move forward with impeachment. This is going to take the mind of a strong prosecuting attorney to even assemble. And I'm not sure we even have one. Not the kind of guy Abinetti is. He's a schlock ambulance chaser who will look for any money he can. There's a man who actually claimed he's running for president while taking $470,000 in crowdfunding support to finance Stormy Daniels' legal battle. Well, you can't do that. You can't run for politics and fund yourself with a legal battle. And I understand that he walked out of a relationship and then had a big fight with his ex-wife in which he said that she hit me first. And then when he went on camera saying he never hit a woman. How can you say to people with witnesses that see you say she hit me first and then say to the American people that you never hit a woman? I mean, that's just a gross lie. Anyway, back to John Mueller is not really 100%. We may think he's controlled. Yeah, there's been word on the street that Mueller was purposely chosen by Rosenstein because he had dirt on him that they could manipulate him. Whatever. We're not going to do anything. He can always play my video if he wants to redeem himself. He has it in his collection. He can just play the video. I'm not going back in the room. I was disgraced. That was very rude. I doubt seriously if he's telling the truth. He knows those videos were both in the lineup. That's just total BS. David, wear a black suit for once? I do. I wear a black suit for Thursday and Friday usually, and then like last night was a black suit. I'm acting like a child? Hardly, dude. You've been banned. Yeah. This is my favorite David Taylor shoot. I like to wear it on Tuesdays and Sundays, so that way I can keep my casual pants on when I go, schlocking around town. Yeah, I don't really want to get dressed up every night. Thank you. Yeah, I think it's a good fit. I was happy to get this one for $5 at the thrift store. If you want to get the best fabrics, go to a thrift store. I'm telling you. Just do it. You'd be surprised. Have your wife go in there, even if you normally buy off the rack. Go in there and see what you can find. You will be amazed. I mean, New York, high-end, high-ticket items are just sloughed off by people saying, oh, I don't really want to wear this because it doesn't fit right. Most people gain weight, right? Well, you can definitely score some of the best threads around because today in the markets, in the department stores, you usually get polyester everything. It's hard to find things that are cotton anymore, wool. When you see cotton and wool, you need to buy that. Because believe me, these textile industries are all about cutting costs. And the day when we buy cotton and wool will be over someday. We will look back in this time as, wow, remember when they had cotton clothes? Yeah. You save so much money so you can actually do all kinds of savings, yeah. He's currently playing pornographic material? Wow. It's kind of hard to extract goodness from an evil source. You can't get blood out of a turnip either. No, they haven't pulled the wool over my eye. I don't think there has ever been a presidential candidate in the history of our government, in the history of our nation, who's had more awakenings within a short period of time. Within the past 10 years, I've begun to understand the inner machinations of a very corrupt government. And I can tell you that I know a way out. We don't need to let these people control us from the inside. We can control them from the outside in with the people's support. Now, the president has the ability to look into the Treasury Fund called the Exchange Stabilization Fund. He's the only person in the country who can do this. Donald Trump doesn't have the mind to do this. But I can tell you, when I look at that and I set up a team that is only answering to me and can't talk about this outside, we will find out things about our government that many of us really need to know. How much of it's funded by black market opportunities? How much of that money is coming from heroin into the CIA's pocket? All these things really need to be examined, especially if we want to look at our foreign policy well into the future. We are literally funding a war in Afghanistan to support the heroin production, the poppy production. Our government's complicit in this. They would never admit it, but it's been obvious for years. So what I'm recommending is exactly what people like Erik Prince is recommending, that a lot of this goes private and the mercenaries become the workers of the Afghan warlords. We need to pull our troops out. We need to get our 10,000 troops out of Afghanistan. We don't need to be there anymore. So I came up with this idea of pulling the troops out and letting them hire mercenaries. Now Erik Prince is talking about it. The guy in charge of the former Blackwater organization, Academy. They changed their name a couple times from Blackwater to XE to Academy. But he's the younger brother of Betsy DeVos, the woman who bribed the president to become Secretary of Education. So a lot of this is really corrupt. But at the same time, if he wants to do that, great. I think the warlords should work directly for mercenaries like his organization than to have our government involved in such a thing. Because it's wrong. We should not be making cheap heroin for young people to overdose on. If that happens, that's on their terms, on their risk. Not our men and women who are fighting for our country's rights should not be involved in heroin production. This is ridiculous. Okay, an intense winter storm is tearing through Texas. Wow, Texas is getting hit hard. Well, I beg to differ. A large proportion of heroin comes from Afghanistan to China. It's not just Chinese heroin. Yeah, it's a lot of it's just handled through a pipeline. And we don't need to send our government involved in that. Major winter storm sweeps across southern U.S., threatening millions. Wow, this is pretty intense. Glad I'm not there, right? Okay, you do that. Get back to us when you feel better. Polyester activewear costs more. Oh yeah. I'd buy cotton activewear if I were you. So we will not have a Sarah segment tonight. Sarah's got another function she's at tonight. So unfortunately, as much as I rely on her, she's got to have fun too. Winter storm warning. Yeah, it's bad. Cold. Tears through Texas. Wow. That is pretty cool. I think I remember that gas station. I'll never forget pulling into that gas station out there in Wilcox, outside of Amarillo. Yeah, I remember that gas station. It was the weirdest experience I've ever seen. I went into this outside of Amarillo, Texas. I walked into this gas station and I was trying to find the bathroom. And they said, "You're not allowed here. Follow the yellow line." It's like, wait a second. "You're supposed to follow the yellow line to get to the bathroom." And they started yelling at me. I couldn't believe it. I was like 19, 20 years old. It's like, "I'm out of here. Thanks. I'll go to the bathroom down the street." Like, you got to follow the yellow brick road to the bathroom. Very rule bound. Okay. Thank you. As you know, the stock market is reeling from a series of bad events. Here's a relevant article from ATP Bot. we're all handcuffed in this country. Why Afghanistan is still the worst place in the world to be a woman. Wow. Yeah, see, I could play that later tonight. Ghost has created a ATP bot, which is pretty amazing. It gives us live feeds from various news sources, RSS feeds. So it pulls the RSS feeds in and drops them into our show, which is very cool. Yeah. Trump campaign defense in DNC conspiracy lawsuit. Okay. Yeah, it's like almost processing news now. It snorts crank, really. You know, the best thing to do, Howie, against swamp ass is to get some Depends underwear. If you got a major leakage issue, I think you should get some Depends. Yeah, it's the most durable and portable and potable and disposable underwear on the market. Good luck. Yeah, poor guy. He's got obvious leakage happening. Must have been that Mexican dinner that you ate. Yeah, I think you're running ragged there. Snapchat is a great example of IPO that went to total crap. Really? Really? You don't like Snapchat? Well, good for you. So Sarah and I planted some winter vegetables today. I couldn't believe it. I was in a cold frame that we had constructed, and my tomatoes, they died. So we brought in really great beets and Swiss chard and planted seedlings. So we're hoping they'll grow. That was fun. Yeah. Swiss chard will grow and beets will grow in a cold environment, in a cold frame. But they won't grow out in frosted environments where they get freezy. You have to put a little cover over them. No, Sarah was pretty well. She offered. I did most of the work though. Yeah, last summer we built this cold frame for our leafy vegetables for the winter. We have some we can pull from, so we have some plants that are growing viably, but then I added more around it. So what I'm looking for is to open the cold frame and have this stack of Swiss chard growing. That'll have to be next year, I think. We do plant tomatoes in the greenhouse. Yeah, I grow them as long as they'll make it. Because we only have one season here, which is it's summer/winter. You know, we get very little growing time in our area. Okay, so yes, serious winter weather is upon us. We played some video of Michael Blumenthal, Senator Blumenthal's comments about that set Trump off today in a big verbal command war. Basically, Blumenthal's just laying on the line saying, yeah, there's more than enough to start processing impeachment.
That conspiracy to Russian collusion with the Trump campaign and potentially obstruction of justice. So the pieces of the mosaic or the puzzle are coming into place, and the walls are closing in on Donald Trump and his inner circle, including his family.
Well, the president said in that infamous Access Hollywood tape that he can do what he wanted to do with women because he's a celebrity, he could get away with it. And my question is he right, or is he going to get caught? Is he caught now? Because he was basically charged by the federal prosecutors up in New York, not here in Washington, but up there, charged with a campaign violation, and the campaign violation being payments to shut people up, to pay them off, and to kill the story.
There's a basic tenet of the American rule of law that no one is above it. No one is above the law. That was the lesson of Watergate. I hope it will be the lesson of this dark period in our history, too. Remember that those government prosecutors who have, in effect, named Donald Trump as an unindicted co-conspirator, so far unindicted, are not in this special counsel's office. They're in a separate office, and they will survive any effort by the president to shut down the special counsel. But all the more important now to ensure the independence and integrity of the special counsel, because as the walls close in on Donald Trump, he is going to be more desperate, more destructive, and potentially more damaging. And that's why I am going to demand of this new nominee, William Barr, as Attorney General, that he commit specifically and unequivocally to protect the integrity and the independence of the special counsel.
All right, I certainly hope that works out. So we're still mounting the room over there and making sure that they play my video. Yeah, Merry Christmas. Merry Xmas. Merry Xmas. All right. We are going to kind of like watch that video if it comes up, but tell me if it's on and I'll just go to it, okay? Thank you. Emmanuel Macron, the Rothschild banker groomed by his school teacher to be the president, is now dealing with a major clash of yellow jackets in his country. And it's not some major, or he's not going to be able to solve it. He's got nearly 100,000 troops gathering in the streets of Paris to resolve this recent uprising of yellow jacket people. Yes, what do France's yellow jackets do? Protests want. They want lower taxes on fuel. But now he's dealing with this with a full military response, so it's going to be interesting. I don't blame them for hating taxes. What do they want?
A long way from the Champs-Élysées, these Gilets jaunes protesters remain mobilised. They've taken over this motorway toll booth and are offering drivers free passage.
On les laisse toutes, point barre, tu les laisses toutes. On va parler pendant 2 heures, elles sont toutes levées.
T'as l'habitude de faire ça?
On est là-bas, hein. C'est la deuxième fois. La dernière fois, j'étais l'apprenti. Aujourd'hui, je suis le formateur. Stop, c'est bon. Personne ne reste sur les routes. Tout le monde se cache derrière les barrières.
Okay, so these people are interrupting the flow of traffic. They're doing whatever they want. So he's got a real crisis of management and leadership in France right now. So we'll see how that plays out. Okay, my video is not coming on. I'm going to block out of there. We talked a little bit about this last night. I don't want to bring it into the show. Big Pharma is getting in on the cannabis industry pretty heavily. They already got in 1999 or 1998. Pharmaceutical industries were investing in cannabis patents. So now in order to get treatment with cannabis, you're going to need an actual prescription. That's what they're angling for. So we're up against a fight against the two-party system that will side with Big Pharma to push pharmaceutical medication designed with cannabis in it and prevent legalization of recreational use of marijuana. We're in a fight now. This is going to be difficult because 36 states have authorized, I think it's 38 states now, have authorized some form of medical or recreational marijuana. Nearly the whole country. I mean, we're moving forward toward that, yet these people are mobilizing to try to make money on pharmacies and prescription drugs. So it's going to be interesting how they treat the free use of this, which is just as effective. In fact, more so when you're trying to get an appetite. If you try smoking a marijuana cigarette versus, or maybe vaping something that doesn't have a lot of resin in it, that has THC in it, your appetite will increase dramatically versus Marinol, which is a refined product made with cannabis, which is hardly at all the appetite enhancer that a marijuana cigarette would make you. So the whole story of munchies when you get high on marijuana is true. People tend to overdo it. But then again, you can also manage your weight properly if you are using CBD oil and THC. But they made a lot of money early on, and they plan on making a lot of money on these patents that they've had since 2009. Wow. So they're moving forward, whereas our government is kind of like in sludge with Trump right now. Yes, Trump attacked the Paris Climate Agreement, which I'm glad he did, but he didn't know the reasons
is
to
dropping
attack
sparks. Look at how this fire is burning. So they're zooming in. Look at these sparks. This is not water, guys. This is not water. This is a helicopter dropping down fire to cause this to happen, to cause people to die. Dozens of people have died because of this. Hundreds and thousands of people have lost their lives, animals, everything. It's just, we're sending money to fund this. Trump knows what's going on, guys. Look at this in the back, right here. It's still dropping. Look at the smoke right here. Right there, guys.
Okay, this was taken right before the campfire attack. Yeah. The carbon tax has been removed and replaced by the tear gas tax. Oh, okay, there you go. Well, this is the thing. I would never side with a group of people that are trying to make money on climate change. And that's why I was the one that said we should never sign the Paris Treaty or the climate agreement. And I'm glad Trump has gone against it. And that was a very big part of what I was suggesting. But what we're after, which Trump won't talk about, we need to get aggressive and talk about the endless spraying of chemicals in our atmosphere. Chemtrails. These are the causes of climate change that we're experiencing around the world right now. This is a willful attempt to poison our skies. And I mean everybody, all the people on this earth's skies. Wherever you're living, you're breathing some residue of this crap that they're spraying in our heads, on our faces, on a daily basis. That's the real issue we have to talk about. All right, so not getting a chance to play the video over there after submitting it, that's fine with me. I know where they're coming from. I've always known where they're coming from. We're done talking about that, so don't bring it up anymore. Thank you. I don't want to talk about the Vaughn show. Police van is burned by the Yellow Jackets. Okay, thank you, Voodoo. Okay, I've seen enough. Yeah, we can only hope that this is, something that will not continue to get worse. But you never know. When you have countries like this, like France, that allow immigration to have unrestricted access. At least I'm the originator of the 1,000-mile fence idea. Really, Costco sells an estimated 87 million per year of these chickens. I would love it if they purchased chickens without hormones and antibiotics, but they don't. The Costco chickens actually don't have, or rather do have, hormones and antibiotics. I wouldn't buy them because of the fact that they don't publish non-hormones. I mean, people are eating hormones and antibiotics when they're eating the chickens at Costco, but 87 million a year? Thanks for telling me, Robuscules. I know. Well, I'm sure there are more chickens alive than humans, right? The reality is they're a good deal. They're $4.88 for one of those chickens. But again, raised with hormones and antibiotics, that's not exactly the best chicken you can buy. Well, I'm glad they're not treated cruelly, whatever that means. I don't know. Would you like to have your neck wrung and have your head cut off? That's not cruel? Okay. You don't want to think about their death. You only eat mammals. And you don't think a chicken is a mammal? Okay. Now we're talking. Fast food. Great conversation for our anti-war rally. Yeah, let's just talk about all our favorite meals at fast food restaurants. I don't know. I've never had my head cut off, but I'm saying, how can that possibly be good? I'm sure you'll be going there and spending the rest of your life in cancer wards with oncology bills. Enjoy your fast food experience, because in the end, you'll end up paying for it. Celery is good for you. I highly recommend the roughage. You could suffer the dreaded, this is a common problem with people that don't eat celery. Yes. Diverticulitis. Yeah, the dreaded diverticulitis, because you hate celery. You don't eat enough roughage. I bought my first head of organic iceberg lettuce today because of this big romaine attack. Iceberg's relatively tasteless, but I thought, well, organic iceberg, why not just, use it for the roughage? Yeah, we're back to the news. I'm just glad we have the ability to do a show. Can you imagine not having this ability? It happens. So Donald Trump has fired John Kelly. Yep, and he's got a young guy, 36-year-old, who's a very aggressive Republican, and you know what that means, to take his place. Nick Ayers is they say, is slated to take the place for John Kelly. Nick was running Mike Pence's campaign of subversion and collusion with Russia. Mike Pence, said that Russia had no contact with the White House. That was a lie. This guy covered for him. And this guy is the same guy that refuses to present Mike Pence's emails when he was a governor at Indiana. This is the guy that's been stonewalling the public information release of Mike Pence's emails. The very same man Donald Trump wants to be his right-hand man and replace a man like John Kelly, who's going to be hard to replace. Remember, John Kelly and General Mattis have kept Donald Trump from lying, cheating, and stealing, and possibly even putting our country at risk. We know this because it's a fact. It's been talked about in the news. John Kelly is probably one of those people that was going to create that alternative internal government that was trying to manipulate Donald Trump into at least staying calm and acting accordingly. Donald Trump is acting like a man who doesn't understand the laws. Rex Tillerson said that. John Kelly has made comments about his ineptitude, even veiled statements like Trump is an idiot. Well, I'm just saying, you guys can think everything's fake news, but while the rest of the world is looking in going, you people are a bunch of traitors because you don't recognize Russia's control over Donald Trump and how they manipulated Donald Trump and can manipulate Donald Trump in the future. You don't even have a clue. So you people who are traitors, who are Republicans who mindlessly support Trump through this, like this guy right here, you're going to be the problem. And we'll have to deal with it. Yeah, you don't even realize you're being traitors. That's the sad thing about it. You think that you're supporting Donald Trump against the deep state. In your mind, it's either Donald Trump or the deep state. Really, this is how they think. This is how the Trump-tard mentality actually works. If you're not supporting Trump, then you're in favor of the deep state. That's what they think. Not that there's actually some credible people in our government, in the CIA, in the FBI, in our Senate, that actually have determined emphatically that Russia did rig the election. What more do I have to say to make that clear to you? You don't believe the CIA or the FBI or the Senate. You just believe Donald Trump, despite all the obvious lies that he's committed, because none of you actually say that, oh, really? He did lie? He lied about... Remember when Donald Trump said he would gladly show you 10 years of my taxes, no problem? Problem is, he hasn't shown 10 years of his taxes. He lied about that. But you're okay with that because you don't want to see his taxes, because what his taxes would show is that the Russian oligarchs financed his entire operation for 10 or 15 years. And the worst Trump-tards think that QAnon and all these supposed 60,000 sealed indictments were coming out yesterday against the Democrats. I know. These people believe the garbage that there's all these sealed indictments against Hillary. You're being tread along with like a little you're like a fish going after a lure in the water. There's no food there. Yeah, Trump hasn't paid taxes. Well, we know from his 2007 tax return that we do know about that he declared nearly $1 billion in losses. And an expert investigative journalist did a detailed assessment, found out that Trump moved over $430 million of his dad's funds through very secretive and manipulative tax dodging attempts, which don't necessarily stand the test of time. I mean, he's going to be investigated on all levels. At this point, you can say that everything's fake news, like I said, but you're not going to be able to answer to the fact that people are going to accuse you of being a traitor because you won't even listen to one solid piece of evidence because you continue to call it fake news and then latch on to some ridiculous QAnon theory, which I'm sure the CIA created. Somehow to make it seem like Donald has a place here in our government when all he is a greedy, corrupt guy that wants to retain power and control our destiny. And believe me, it's not pretty. We listened to tonight a shocking video by a woman who actually revealed that she witnessed 29 deaths of Japanese people by robots. That was a seriously messed up story that I'd love to, bring to you again a little later tonight. Here's a shocking story. Yeah, that's something we'll get to that later. We have a video in our lineup. Let me take a look here at this interesting picture that came to our show. Here is Donald Trump kissing his wife Melania, and here he is trying to kiss Ivanka on the lips. What does this tell you? He's puckering up like he doesn't want to kiss his wife. It's like, and then he wants to kiss his. Look at the lust in his eyes. It's just, wow. They say a picture tells 1,000 stories. I think this tells us 25,000 stories, or 130,000 stories. Yeah, it tells a lot. Thank you for sharing. Is the one on the right fake? You know that for sure? Okay, well, we'll research it. Thank you. There was a time when he's playing the video again? Really? Wow. Thanks. He was asleep when she kissed him. His eyes were closed. Good point. Yeah, rationalizations work great. Yeah, just deny that Donald Trump would never, ever do anything untoward any other woman because he's such a good husband. After all, he only cheated on Melania with a 1-year-old child, Barron, next to him when he went and had that cheap sex act with Stormy Daniels where he said he never did. And then later, Giuliani admitted that they had to pay her off because he did do. Yeah. The money was transferred. I mean, a woman doesn't get that kind of money, $130,000 for a one-night stand, unless it did happen. So you people who think that Donald Trump would never do anything, you're living in a dream world. You're in total denial. It's unbelievable. Now he's surrounded by beautiful women. And his most recent choice to replace Nikki Haley, Heather Nauert, very pretty woman. Yeah, easily, top of her game. Very likely, and I think this choice is actually a good choice. She's going to be our spokesman at the UN, our UN ambassador. So Heather Nauert is very likely to represent us in a good way. I think this choice was a good move, but again, we come back to the reality. He's choosing really beautiful people. It's like the reverse of Marilyn Manson. The beautiful people, the beautiful people. He's really choosing them. Hello there, my beautiful cat Fluffy. Our newest mod. Oh, you got demodded, huh? Oh, okay. I guess Sarah didn't want you as a mod after all, or you chose not to be a mod. I don't know if John F. Kennedy did that. No. But there are people that believe that John F. Kennedy... Yeah, You don't mean, yeah, you don't even care if you're a mod. Some people believe that John F. Kennedy cheated on his wife. You do, obviously. We don't know he made out with Monroe. We don't know he had Marilyn killed. No, we don't know that. Marilyn had a diary that she didn't have when they went in to look at her apartment. So, hey, hi there, Jackson. We do know the diary's missing to this day. If you find Marilyn Monroe's diary at an auction or a garage sale, wouldn't that be funny to go to North Hollywood and do a garage sale and somebody picked up the diary and the crap that they set out in front of her house and says, I don't know what this is. This is Marilyn Monroe's diary. It's something about John F. Kennedy in there. That would be something, wouldn't it? That would be the find of a lifetime. We don't know that JFK was a bastard child. No, he looked too much like his son and his father, Joe. Yeah. You're just making up hate crimes against our great president, John F. Kennedy. She won't be around. Yeah, Hambeast. Sarah's decided, partying was bigger, important thing. A party is fun to go to. So she had kind of a party activity going on. I don't have a kid. Well, I agree. JFK was better than the Democratic Party today. Will you be showing Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer? I don't think it's appropriate to show Christmas songs until Christmas. I mean, we're kind of ahead of Christmas here by a few weeks, don't you think? Yeah, so this is going to be a long, drawn-out show with David talking. Well, Sarah gives me a big break every night by doing what she does. The 30-minute twice breaks give me the time necessary to do things like make dinner and whatnot. Tonight I've already had dinner cooking slowly, so. Well, my favorite Christmas movie is the original 1934 Miracle on 34th Street. It was actually 1939, I believe they made it. Let me see, Miracle on 34th Street, original. It's just the one that really touched me the most. 1947, sorry. The 1947 classic Miracle on 34th Street was my favorite. Yeah, it just had something about it. The Santa Claus that played the role really played it well. Wasn't that a great movie? I love watching movies in 3 seconds. You get the feeling, the understanding, the whole plot line. Very enjoyable. That's all you're allowed to see on YouTube. Otherwise, you're monetized. You really need a bong, huh? No, bongs are a bad thing, man. They put out a lot of resin. Yeah, you don't want to really get resin in your lungs, Howie. Otherwise, you'll have problems with other things. I don't like potheads. No, I endorse marijuana use. I think people should learn to benefit from it. Yeah, if you smoke a dab or something like that, much more controlled on a vaporizer, you still get the same effect, but you don't have the resin. All that gunk going in your lungs. Yeah, thank you, you too. Yeah, I can never do that. Donald Trump is caging people like illegal immigrants. 2,400 kids are missing right now. It turns out he didn't even vet the people at the detainment center. A lot of them are pedophiles. That story is going on. Last night we featured a really horrific 153news.com show about the fires in California, and yeah, it was the guy was crying because he believes that more than 88 people have died in the campfire. He showed us stats in our show where that area had 46,000 people in the Paradise, California area. Where are they all? They say 88 people died, but 46,000 people were displaced. Where are these people? And all these houses are burnt to a crisp and no one's getting any money. So the guy was literally crying in the show. It was pretty intense. Here's a good one that is shocking. If you haven't heard this, this will show you the underbelly of evil at play in our country right now. Remember, Lyndon B. Johnson took over, LBJ took over for our great president, John F. Kennedy. And look what he was up to. Check this out. This is a shocker.
It lays the predicate and the foundation for the development of a weather satellite that will permit man to determine the world's cloud layer and ultimately to control the weather, and he who controls the weather will control the world. That will permit man to determine the world's cloud layer, and he who controls the weather will control the world.
Yeah, kind of freaky, isn't it? And here we are looking at chemtrails and wondering why they're doing this. Yeah. It's a daily thing. For a lot of us, we see them in the skies now all the time, and nobody seems to understand. This is going on while the jets are flying, even with passengers in them. They're equipped with canisters to release chemicals in the air. It's like, why would we allow this? We never weighed in on this. It's government population control, all right. And these contrails are not contrails, they're chemtrails. Contrails dissipate rather quickly. They're due to condensation in the air. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself. Right, I'm not promoting fear here. We're trying to come to resolutions and fix things. I do my best. I try. So the question is, were they raining down sparks and seeding this fire? This is a video of a helicopter dropping sparks right on the campfire location.
Look at these sparks. This is not water, guys. This is not water. This is a helicopter dropping down fire to cause this to happen, to cause people to die. Dozens of people have died because of this. Hundreds and thousands of people have lost their lives, animals, everything. It's just, we're sending money to fund this.
Yeah. Now, they claim they're creating fire barriers, but the wind was going on at 60 miles an hour. Now, starting cloud seeding would have been great in California. But have you heard one single word about that since the drought started 7-8 years ago? Not one person in government has talked about cloud seeding and creating a seeding of rain in California. California just had a rain finally. But that was not burning ahead of the fire. What they were doing is starting the fire because it was actually leading into unvirgin territory, and the 60-mile-an-hour winds you can actually see in the video were pushing the fire into virgin territory. That's not creating a fire break. Sorry.
This is not water, guys. This is not water. This is a helicopter dropping down fire to cause this to happen, to cause people to die. Dozens of people have died because of this.
More than dozens. In fact, the whole area looks like a complete war zone, wiped it out. Now, houses do not normally burn at 3,000 degrees, but every one of these houses in the Paradise area burned to a crisp, right down to every single gun that everybody had melted into the ground. So if you want to talk about gun control, there's no better way to have gun control than to take a directed energy weapon and burn a house right down to the molten metal. They did that. Paradise had a lot of families that were retirees. Many of them were gun-toting Californians, of the few that they have. Were registered gun owners with big collections, and they got all taken out. You think I'm kidding? I'm not. Yeah, the cloud seeding has been going on since 1946. We're not talking about that. When he made that reference, it was actually more nefarious than just cloud seeding. It was dealing with satellites and tracking of information. It had a whole series of nefarious purposes. Seeding over time is exactly what we should have done in California, but they didn't. Seeding of tropical cumulus clouds, indeed any clouds, requires They contain supercooled water. That's right. And they have the references to do this. This has been going on since 1946. You're comparing that to controlling the weather, weather modification, weather warfare. Big difference. Don't hide under that little veil. The only silver lining in this dark cloud is that they ultimately poison the population and end up creating population control. That's their goal. They want us out of here. They want to get rid of the human species. And they see that as a silver lining. They see that's a good thing. They have prophesized their plan many times before.
Could it be Satan?
It could be. It could be people worshiping Lucifer that want to get rid of the population. If you people who are right now sucking into the two-party system don't recognize that they want to get rid of the population, then you're going to be the next to be removed, and you won't have any political choice whatsoever. That's nice. My video's next. Good. Well, I'll get to see, you get to see my video. I don't need to be in there while you play it. I'll be staying out during that time period. But in the meantime, you can watch it on our show. I have it right here queued up in real time. Tell me when it's played, and then I'll play mine, my version of it. Xmas, I call it. Yeah, so the possibility of these fires occurred with a directed energy weapon like this is very likely. Let's not kid ourselves. These are serious blasts of beams that were photographed over California over the past year and a half. Weather modification drops aluminum and barium on an area, turns it into a powder keg. It's an accelerant, aluminum and barium. No, I'm not going to be in there when you're playing it. If we don't realize this is something that they have the capability of doing, then we're not even thinking. We've had a lot of bad presidents in the past. People that should never have been presidents.
With good. And one way to fight evil with good is you can help by writing letters to boys and girls your age. And so, in my State of the Union, or my speech to the nation, whatever you want to call it, speech to the nation.
What a buffoon! Let's play the JFK weather, because JFK did it too. He actually said they were going to modify weather. Yeah, I'm more than willing to talk about that as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the former president of the United States. The guy who had his head blown off. Who probably would have been a much better president if only we gave him a chance. But oh no, he questioned the powers that be.
Mr. President, honored delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we shall propose further cooperative efforts between all the nations in weather prediction and eventually in weather control. We
Okay, so we're up and running now. Thank you. I was trying to watch the video that Mark was playing in the background. Yes, our own Department of Justice is calling Trump a felon not yet convicted. That's correct. We told you this was happening. Many of you didn't believe it. Yeah, you didn't want to believe the story. But hey, whatever. You know, it happens. We warned you. I warned you. We all warned you. We made a few Xmas movies. That was a good year. Remember that? That was last year.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Yeah. You don't celebrate Christmas? How did I screw up a good thing on Vaughn? He did not show the entire video? Wow. Okay, well, I'll play it for you later. He just played Kavanaugh Blink video? Really? Wow. Unreal. What can I say, guys? I mean, I submitted the whole video and he delivers nothing. All right, we'll just drop it at that then. Thank you. We're not going to talk about it. How does hush money make Trump not a great president? You can't take hush money and be a president. What is your problem? They're paying him off. We're not doing a Sponheimus. Mark can do whatever he wants. It's his network. I'm just happy to have a free venue to talk to people over there. Hello? And you iBloggers have to understand, you guys, you have a smaller network. We're cultivating it. I did not see you sing. Thank you for dedicating a song. Oh, to DT? Okay. We're here to celebrate the birth of Jesus. Those of you who are celebrating Kwanzaa, Hanukkah is starting, I think, next week. That's perfectly fine. It's a spirit of festive spirit of shared belief that something, somewhere, in some way is helping. A neutral mentality that somewhere, some way, someone is doing something really good for the world. Did Monroe kill Marilyn? There were a lot of pieces of the puzzle that were cover-ups that should be addressed and have never been addressed in our government. The situation with Marilyn's photographs were doctored. We actually have good solid evidence that her photographs showed blood on the wall. Yet the photographs presented to the coroner in LA County Coroner Thomas Noguchi were not of anything showing blood. So Noguchi said that he originally had said that she had taken Seconal pills, but then upon closer scrutiny realized there were no pills in her stomach. So Marilyn Monroe was killed with an injection of Seconal, an overdose. But more importantly, Marilyn Monroe had bruising on her body, which was indicative in all of the autopsy photos, but nobody pursued this. So she killed herself. Why was her body so heavily bruised on the backside? I mean, all these questions raise huge issues. And I don't have the photographs offhand here because Marilyn Monroe is giving me a kind of throwing me for a loop here. Yeah. Crime scene photographs are somewhere else. Okay. Yes, we'll have to watch it later. Hanukkah is going to start Sunday, December 2nd to December 10th, really? Thank you for sharing, because you're very good at that. Yeah, you're a good sharer. trying to find my local video feed. I don't know. I don't remember where I stuck the video. Yeah, the one I sent to Mark. So I don't think I'm going to play it. Yeah, I don't think it's that important. Unless I find it like in a second from now. No. Yeah, we'll blow it off for now. It seems ridiculous that he would not play it, but oh well. I didn't really say anything bad, that's for sure. Yeah, there was never any major statement that was bad. I did talk about censorship. Maybe that was his problem. Yeah. But it's general censorship I'm talking about. Yeah, who knows? Who cares? Isn't it ironic it disappeared? Yeah, it just wiped from my hard drive. You know, I think it's wrong for you to call people potheads. Yeah, so I'm going to clear the chat here. Thank you. If you do that again, I'm going to kick you out of here. Thanks. Nobody saw the video. I am not going to play it either. Okay, we're going to talk about the Rex Tillerson case, in which Rex Tillerson said that he was forced to do illegal acts. And he told Trump, we're not going to do that because it's illegal. And Trump is really angry because Rex Tillerson, said this stuff. But listen to what the review here about Rex Tillerson is all about, and we'll get back to you in just a second. Thank you.
Trump. CBS News political contributor Bob Schieffer interviewed Tillerson in Houston last night at a dinner to benefit MD Anderson Cancer Center. Tillerson said the greatest foreign threats are China's rising influence and what he called a belligerent Russia. He also talked about the president.
How would you describe Donald Trump?
Well, most of you probably know some of this, but I had never met Donald Trump until the day he asked me to be Secretary of State. He acts on his instincts. In some respects, that looks like impulsiveness, but it's not his intent to act on impulse. I think he really is trying to act on his instincts. It was challenging for me, coming from the disciplined, highly process-oriented ExxonMobil Corporation, to go to work for a man who is pretty undisciplined, doesn't like to read, doesn't read briefing reports, doesn't like to get into the details of a lot of things, but rather just kind of says, look, this is what I believe, and you can try to convince me otherwise, but most of the time you're not going to do that.
How did your relationship go off the rails?
Well, I think part of it was obviously we are starkly different in our styles. We did not have a common value system. When the president would say, well, here's what I want to do, and here's how I want to do it. And I'd have to say to him, well, Mr. President, I understand what you want to do, but you can't do it that way. It violates the law. It violates a treaty. He got really frustrated. I didn't know how to conduct my affairs with him any other way than in a very straightforward fashion. And I think he grew tired of me being the guy every day that told him you can't do that. And let's talk about what we can do.
That's very, very interesting.
Indeed, yeah. I think it's more interesting to know that, a person of his stature, Rex Tillerson, he's not a paragon of virtue either. I mean, as president of the Boy Scouts, he did not investigate 14,000 cases of pedophilia, molestation. No Scoutmaster under Rex Tillerson was ever charged with a crime, nor did they elevate it to the police. 14,000 kids were molested with this guy, Rex Tillerson. So we can't really know exactly what he meant by legality. But if a guy like him said to Trump, no, that's illegal, then he must know, you know. No, Mad Dog. In fact, I've talked about building a parallel infrastructure bank to build up our country while the Federal Reserve is becoming more and more irrelevant. Mark didn't show you the video. He just showed you a couple clips. That's fine. Doesn't matter. It was kind of a throwaway thought anyway. All right. Thank you. But, you know, having said that about Donald Trump, it's like the pot calling the kettle black, but whatever. No. I hate the Fed too. But Donald Trump isn't trying to produce a solution to work with the Fed. Donald Trump is not trying to help dissolve the Fed. Donald Trump has never even said end the Fed. Trump is clearly owned. You're right. If Donald Trump was openly advocating the ending of the Fed like Ron Paul did when he wrote the book End the Fed, that would have been a good sign, because we need to phase the Fed out. Now, what happened to the stock market past couple weeks, more than a 10% correction over a month, has been a devastating blow to the presidency of Donald Trump. More importantly, it tells us that we can't build a stock market on some fallow idea of, gee, we now have the Trump brand, so we're very, very successful. That's why Donald Trump's business is bankrupted. That's why his dad, Fred Trump, was very, very concerned that his son was acting recklessly. It's the same recklessness that we've carried into the presidency now, while he takes our country into a joyride into liquidation land. We don't need that. It doesn't matter. We have nothing in common. Again, stop repeating yourself. Trump, the only thing I have in common with Trump is that he stole 20 of my ideas to win the election. That's the only thing I have in common with him. Oh, we're both white too. Thank you. Yeah. Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer was a tortured animal, forced to wear a red nose. We should do like a PETA version of Rudolph the red-nosed reindeer. Then told he had to be a tranny. Rudolph the red-nosed tranny. Yeah. Wait a second, man. I ain't gonna ban anybody. Y'all messing with my mind. Let's get down. Let's get dirty. Let's make it happen, man. Yeah, the Republicans around the country are working to declare Democrats unconstitutional. The GOP power grab pours gas on the resistance in key Midwest states. That's pretty funny. John Kelly's leaving. John Lennon, we can remember him. Yeah, today's kind of a December 8th tribute to the amazing John Lennon and what happened on that fateful day in 1980. Many of us don't remember it, but I do. Just give peace a chance. The late John Lennon was shot to death December 8th, 1980, at the young age of 40 years old. His work and his memory is a testimony to the anti-war movement. And I would like to say thank you, John, in memory, for all the work you did to try to minimize the Vietnam War. Thank you. You too, Yoko. I appreciate your effort. Dear John, you don't like John Lennon, huh? Okay. Well, you don't have to like everything. It's okay. It's a beautiful world in your neighborhood. A beautiful world in your neighborhood. Won't you be mine? Won't you be my neighbor? Hey, neighbor. Would you like to talk about John Lennon? Yeah, he thought he was safe living in New York.
You see, having gone through the Beatlemania thing, Nowadays, it's nothing like that. I mean, I can walk down the street and somebody will say, "Oh, hi, John," and they usually say, "How's your immigration?" You know, if it's in New York, right? And they don't hassle me. I might sign one autograph, 2 autographs, you know? And I don't get hassled. And I went through that period where I actually couldn't go anywhere. And so now it's like, hey, man, go and eat. We go and eat. We go to the movies. We go...
You go get shot in the back 5 times with a gun by Mark David Chapman. I think John Lennon was one of the greatest musicians of our time, and we should be very thankful for his music. I was playing Watching the Wheels Go Round last night. It was fantastic. Tom, we don't promote... Oh, Jessica's on right now? Okay. Let's take a look. Oh, no. No. Mark went to sleep. I think he's resting. Yeah, he's using his laptop as a neck rest. Yeah. You lad. You never heard of Lennon? What songs did he sing? Okay, well, let's start with Imagine. Imagine There's No Country. Yeah. What about Just Give Peace a Chance? Have you ever heard that? Yeah. Have you ever heard of the Beatles? Some people have never even heard of the Beatles. Wow. Talk about out of it. He was not one of the Pokemon characters. Okay. Thank you. You're being insulted. Who do you want to remove from the show, Jackson? You say the word and I'll do it. I know he played guitar, but you need to research John Lennon. You'd be surprised. He was an anti-war advocate. Okay, last chance, Mad Dog. Any more attempts here to attack Jackson's going to get an automatic kick from the show. You need to behave, that's right. Dave, come, you never answered me. Okay, Shadow. Your question? You think Donnie Trumpo is going to save this country? No. No, Donnie Trumpo isn't even stopping the deep state like so many Republicans think. He's part of the deep state. He's in play. Kissinger owns him. Here's a tribute to John Lennon. Upstate. Thank you so much. We're talking like Yoko Ono 85. Pays fans tribute to the legendary John Lennon on the 30th anniversary of the Beatles' murder in New York City. Here she is. He looked like he was on his way out there, didn't he? It's like, wow, he looks like death warmed over. Mad Dog, don't attack Jackson, I told you. Remember, Dave, who is Mark Vaughn's inside agent into ATP? Don't trust the obvious. Okay, who is that person? Is that Mad Dog? Just give peace a chance. Well, that was a troubled time, I'll tell you. And they did a love-in to protest the Vietnam War where they actually got naked. That took some serious kahunas. You know what I'm talking about, man? Okay, fair is fair. I hear you, my fluffy cat. Thank you for your input. We've got an ongoing chat attack going on right now. So John Lennon and his wife Yoko, everything you think and do affects our society. So think peace. Start with that. There's a good one. And John Lennon. Today, as we think of John and all the great works he gave us, please share your favorite song, lyric, quote, philosophy, artwork, doodle in memory of John with the hashtag @JohnLennon. Or rather, yeah. Great photograph. There you go. Yeah, I didn't like that. Happiness is a warm gun. You know, that's the last song I would have played at that memory of John Lennon. They're singing Happiness is a Warm Gun, which has got to be one of the most satanic, evil things that John Lennon ever sang. See, many people don't realize that John Lennon was an actor working for a company called the Tavistock Institute before he broke off into his own shtick. Yeah, before he became his own man. He was working for a Nazi organization which was controlling the actual propaganda in America, called the Tavistock Institute. And you're going, well, wait a second, what do you mean? How do the Nazis, what do you mean, Dave? The Nazis are taking over the country? What? Yeah, they've been installing themselves in America since World War II.
So I had to write a little song for Henry here.
Rich men have been hiring thugs to do their dirty work, especially to frighten people, since human civilization began. What people have to try to appreciate is that Nazism, in reality, was simply the first time in human history that the rich had enough wealth to hire an entire country of thugs to do their dirty work. Some of the most emotive images in world history are those of the Nazi war machine swooping across the Low Countries to begin their occupation of France. And people have always assumed that the trucks used for the miles-long troop convoys must have been German trucks. But if anyone at that time had taken the trouble to lift up the cowling and look at the engine, they would have found these were actually Ford trucks, which had been built with personal permission from Henry Ford, who was sitting in his office 4,000 miles away in Dearborn, Michigan.
And they actually won a lawsuit. Henry Ford won a lawsuit after World War II. And the government, our government, had to pay for the planes that we killed or we destroyed in Germany. Isn't that amazing? So the Nazis had such a strong control over our government that we actually had to pay their providers for the equipment that were sold to them to kill off our nation's strong, brave men and women. Hey, Bob. Bob's in here. You decided to leave the Von Miss show. What's going on, Bob? You're not a big Von Miss guy?
You're not a big Von Miss guy? No, I don't use that site at all. I don't use that site.
Oh, wow. So you don't even go to Vaughn anymore. Wasn't there a time when you did do Vaughn?
No, I haven't gone there for 2 yeears.
2 years?
Mark
wow.
banned me off the site 2 years ago because he said I was immoral.
Wow.
And then he's lied to people, Miss Scruffy.
Yeah.
They said, we've unbanned Bob. No, that's a crap site. I would never use that site.
Well, good for you, man. Thank you for sharing your opinion. Yeah, I guess immoral or amoral, it's wrong for people to pass that judgment on other people, unless you have proof.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Well, he said there was...
It's queuing up right now. I'm chatting here. I'm here chatting. What do you mean? Why am I not chatting? Oh, yeah, I think we're going to lose the feed here. Thanks, Bob, for coming in. I think your upload's coming out a little bit slow. All right. Yep. So Bob doesn't want to broadcast at Vaughn anymore. Yeah, that's his choice. I respect that. I'm one of those people that I believe that the Tea Party and the Rand Paul movement the Ron Paul movement are actually the best part of the Republican Party, and we can move on. We don't have to forget. We can forget about the 2 years of distraction that we've had under Trump, taking away the real message of the Tea Party movement, which was a strong movement within the Republican Party. I think they won 2 midterm elections, and they haven't had anyone give them anything that they really want. These are the people that are sitting in Congress right now and in the Senate that want to see action. We'll count on that with the 2020 administration. If I win, we'll be putting together a lot of fiscally conservative plans, and I'll work with people like Ted Cruz and Rand Paul. That much I can tell you will be a positive thing and a positive force. It'll help the Republican Party as well recoup after years of abuse under Donald Trump. No, I don't call in over there, man. I've been disgraced. They won't even play my video. It's terrible. I feel like the whole thing is a complete censorship job. Call me 46. Yeah, really. That would be nice. Well, having an average American lead the country would be a lot better than having these corrupt pigs like Donald Trump and the Clintons running the country into the ground. Really, I think the American people should have a chance to fix this nation, don't you? So the big news in the past week has been Michael Cohen had to lie, and I'm beginning to think he was pressured into lying. But when he had an immunity agreement, he still lied about his actions with Trump, and now we find out he's telling the truth, and Mueller believes him. Mad Dog, we will not take this crap. No, I'm going to deny it. I have never actually heard from the Trump's camp. But I've talked about becoming a VP replacement for Pence. I've mentioned it on my show, but he's never approached me. Yeah, you give an olive branch and people still put toilet paper on it. I know. Well, it's true, and it's pretty obvious that Vaughn censors me, especially since he censored the video that he sent out tonight. Now, ATP Bot is a pretty cool tool that Vaughn's actually Ghost created this, nothing to do with Vaughn, and he created a way in which we can get news feeds from ATP Bot. See, I've got ATP Bot right here. Let me see, and then it tells you the brief. This is a cipher brief analysis. Then we go to the article, and it talks about the Pakistan problem. Okay. Pakistan's Prime Minister Imran Khan recently returned from China without concrete funding assurances that he was seeking in order to keep his country from having to request a second bailout from the IMF. So Pakistan is seeing tough times as their leader, is seeking money from the IMF. Now, Pakistan has repeatedly turned to China and Saudi Arabia for financial assistance while the U.S. has withdrawn aid, most recently canceling $300 million, claiming that Islamabad has done not enough to root out militants operating along its border with Afghanistan. So Trump pulled $300 million in aid so that he could go golfing, which I guess makes sense. It'd be better to pay for golfing than aiding the Pakistan government, right? See, that's the way a story can go, right to the main head of the show when we're getting feeds from ATP Bot. I like that. I really think that Ghost did a great job doing that. I'm impressed, actually. I don't plan on leaving Vaughn Live ever. I told you that. I will only leave if I get banned. And there's no reason to ban me because I've never done anything to justify it. I know, it's an Ashkenazi thing, the whole thing. Who do you think's been funding the Mark Vaughn charade? Ashkenazi Zionists, like Russian oligarchs. Yeah, I'm just telling it. This is as it is. This is the fact. But if you don't believe it as fact, that's fine. Thank you. Even Mark has said that his uncle is named Putin. I mean, how many people have an uncle named Putin? That's gotta be weird. I mean, calling Uncle Putin up and this guy's he's Putin's nephew. Can you believe that? Wow. Well, I hope you people have had a lot of fun today because this is more like an argument you're having in iVlog. I saw your power blinked out, Bob. I hope you get power back to your home, your residence. Bob is coming back. Okay, Michael Cohen's sentencing request seems to implicate Trump officials in his lies to Congress. It really does. I mean, you look at the statements down here. In the weeks before, then counsel prepared his written response. The president for months had been saying that he didn't have any business dealings with Russia. And in reality, Cohen's memo states that the then president lawyer had engaged in additional communications concerning the project as late as June of 2016. And his earliest forceful public denials about Russian dealings went something like this. CBS says, "What's your impression of this notion that Russians are trying to help you get elected?" Trump: "Well, I don't know anything about it. I can tell you, I think if I came up with that, they'd say, oh, it's a conspiracy theory. It's ridiculous. I mean, I have nothing to do with Russia. I don't have any jobs in Russia. I'm all over the world, but we're not involved in Russia." Meanwhile, we find out from this recent Cohen release that they were working a deal to get Vladimir Putin A $50 million penthouse suite in the Moscow, Russia building. This is very interesting. Yes. Indeed. Okay, back to you in the studio. Let's see where we're at. You're a nice person. Thank you. Oh, and Bob's in, and so is Mad Dog. Okay, Mad Dog's, he's having a real anger session with Jackson, which has been pretty rough. And then Bob just got his power restored in his debt work. And let's take a look at Bob's statements. So, Bob, do you think the president is getting attacked left and right unnecessarily?
So Bob, do you think the president is getting attacked left and right unnecessarily?
Yeah, so always. The only one who ever gives true news on President Donald Trump is probably Fox News Network. And there's also another one. It's a small internet TV station that gives them pretty much good coverage. The Right Side Broadcast Network. I don't know if you ever heard of those guys.
No, I haven't. So Donald is just a victim of this terrible accusation that he had Russian connections. What about this accusation that he offered a $50 million penthouse suite to Vladimir Putin as part of a sweetening deal? What about that?
As part of a sweetening deal. What about that?
I haven't heard about that, but he's a worldwide businessman. Why wouldn't he have Russian connections?
Well, the problem we're having, Bob, is that Donald Trump openly said that he was not involved with Russia when he was asked, and we're finding out he was involved with Russia.
He signed away all control of his business interests when he became president of the United States.
That's not true. He has remained the sole inheritor of all of his private funds.
His business. He doesn't have anything to do with it. He's a stockholder.
No, he's the sole inheritor of his entire business. It's still in his name.
Right, but he has no control of it. His sons are running it for him. They make the decisions. He's not doing anything.
I find it hard to believe that he didn't know anybody in Russia and had no business with Russia when, in fact, he was working a Moscow Trump Tower deal. I mean, that's an outright lie, Bob.
Yeah, he was working. He also ran the Miss Universe pageant in Moscow. He's a worldwide dude. He's probably involved in there's 178 countries or so in the world. He's probably involved in 40 of them.
Well, I can tell you that it's really absurd for you to stand there and defend the president making private money deals that he will end up profiting from while he's president of the United States. That's called conflict of interest. Okay, we lost Bob. Yeah, anyway, we're seeing Trump engage in conflict of interest. Everything that's impeachable is his obstruction, his attempt to use our government to manipulate our view of Russia. The fact that he wouldn't impose sanctions on Russia for a year and a half, and the fact that his own son went and met the attorney for Russia to end sanctions. That is pretty messed up. So, yeah, and I don't think we're going to talk to Mad Dog. He's too pissed off. I just think we have a situation on our hands where you guys refuse to listen to us talking about Russia's connection to Trump and how they control the election, which the CIA and the FBI and the Senate have all signed off on. And you still stand there and defend poor Trump as being the real victim here, and he's never going to profit. All of his assets go to Trump, not to his family, not to his daughter, not to his son, unless that's built into his will. Everything that is going on with Trump Towers around the world goes to Donald Trump. He never put his funds in a public trust, ever. Ever. So don't give him that credit where credit is not due. And the emoluments clause possibly has been violated. We're seeing court case pop up about that. Many people are going to try to malign my character. I did everything I could when I did blackface to get noticed in a country that is censoring anybody that speaks out. I know because in 500 hours of broadcasting in 2008, I was so frustrated. I went outside and played a video for everybody to watch me, and I was kind of at my wit's end because not one of our 200 press releases were responded to in the media. Ironically, I knew a journalist in college that called me on the phone. He said, "Dave, I just heard you were running for president." That's the way I knew that they got their letters, but not one of them responded saying, "Hey, yeah, a third-party president is running for office. Let's take a look at this guy." Right after I made this video I'm going to play you, I made the blackface video, like about 3 weeks afterward.
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is in fact day 54. I thought yesterday was day 54, but we did a recount and we determined that today is day 54 as we approach the election. And as your potential write-in candidate, David John Sponheim, I'm here to show you my hybrid electric vehicle. It's not a plug-in hybrid. That's something I want to build at the U.S. Auto Corporation that I want you, the people, to own. Check out this vehicle. Isn't that a beautiful car? Everywhere we go, we get looks. One of the reasons people look at us is we get about 60 miles per gallon, which is really nice. We've been across the country a few times campaigning, and this vehicle is truly a dream to drive. It's a little bit tough on the bumps because those tires are high pressure, just to make sure that it goes as far as it can on that gallon of gas. Anyway, enjoy the show. We're going to be having a show every day, Pacific Standard Time, 5 p.m. on Blog TV, and I'm going to be talking about issues from renewable energy to getting out of Iraq. Thanks for listening, and don't miss our show. Thanks a lot.
Yeah. Sorry, we had a little drop here in the. We had a little problem in the signal here. Lost my camera too. Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, it happens. Here I am. Thank you. Chroma key. All right, back at you. Thank you for putting up with that. Yeah, I take it there was a still frame there for a while. I'm muted. Thank you. Okay, we got a live bingo. You got something? This is chat from Russia. I don't know what that is. Yeah. Blackface is, I expect it to be a problem. Yeah. I wanted the blackface to be exploited. I wanted to be made an issue of. That was the reason why I did blackface. Because the censorship was so strong in 2008. Hey, Scissor Fight. Because the censorship was so strong in 2008, we had to do something. I couldn't just be a white guy running for president as a third-party candidate. That wasn't going to fly. We already had Ross Perot. Now that's just sad. Say, you finished your Christmas shopping? Yay, good. So I had to do something out of the box, and it was the only thing I had in my grab bag, because remember, we don't have anything to talk about to make us special. That Honda I still have, Bob. Yeah, I kept the Honda. Yeah, it's been mint condition too. We all understand your position, Bob. It's pretty much the same as it always was. You support Trump no matter what, even if you're told that he lied, cheated, and stole from the American people. You're okay with that. I get the whole Republican drift. I understand where you're coming from. Hi, Blob. You know, I would never take the hybrid off-road, but it did go off-road for a while, yes. I've taken it over rough country roads. I've in fact taken it on the transcontinental ATV highway. I can honestly say that I drove that Honda Insight on the transcontinental highway. Absolutely. And have you ever been on the transcontinental ATV highway? It's intense. There are people on there with ATVs with gun turrets mounted on their front. They drive with gun turrets. I'm not kidding. So I've been there, done that. They put gun turrets on their ATVs, and they drive with mock paint guns just to, because for them it's a whole deal. They're like taking on anybody that comes their way, even though they're not armed. It looks like they are. Anyway, I'm not a person who drives a clown car like some people would like to categorize me. Yeah, the people that do that on the ATV transcontinental highway are gun supporters. But we appeal to people who like guns. We support gun rights here, 100%. I also believe that the Tea Party had some good points, so welcome Republicans to our show. And you Democrats, I want you to know that I have drawn a line between where my liberal was and where it is today. I'm not a person who will stand up for the LGBTQ movement. I'm not a person who's going to be an LGBTQ social justice warrior. Sorry. I'm just not. I'm talking to you, evil entity. Yeah, I'm referring to exactly what you're saying. All right, any other questions? Let's move on. Yeah, the Trump Tower purchase was a huge milestone. The Moscow deal was going to be a big thing. Trump Moscow was everything. He planned on giving Vladimir Putin $50 million penthouse suite. And this is very true because BuzzFeed News has it here. During presidential campaign, Michael Cohen discussed the matter with a representative of Putin's press secretary, according to 2 U.S. sources. So he wanted to sweeten the deal and give Putin a $50 million penthouse suite. This is probably the reason why Donald Trump could not get any type of public meeting with Putin. He did meet with Putin privately in Argentina. You're welcome. Yes, I gave Joe a tip on what kind of soap to buy to wash himself off there. Yeah, good work, Joe. I'm glad you went with Dr. Bonner's. No, he did. He offered the suite during the time that he said he'd had no dealings with the president or Mr. Putin himself. He claimed he had no connections with Putin, and a lot of people believed him, but we've got people now realizing, no, Donald Trump, hello there, many people watching on UHF. Hello, viewers. It's pretty obvious now that Donald Trump was very much involved with giving lots of things and many gifts to Putin. And now, I don't think Putin likes the fact that it's been outed that he was offered $50 million Trump penthouse suite, when you think about it. So Trump is looking like many people are getting pissed off. And Trump, he doesn't have to tell any of us.
I don't have to tell you. I'm not going to tell you. I don't have to tell you. I don't have to tell you. I don't have to tell you. I'm not going to tell you. I don't have to. I'm not going to tell you. I don't have to tell you. I have to tell you. I don't have to tell you. I have to tell you. I don't have to.
He doesn't have to tell anybody anything. He believes he can live in denial while people around him are telling the truth. Now Mueller is trusting Cohen's statements because Cohen's been through the ringer with Mueller. And I don't believe Cohen should get as stiff penalties for anything. I think he's the one person who's standing up for the right thing. Okay, we are now going to DEFCON 4, which will be the attempt to redo the position of the. We're currently dealing with UHF censorship, which now has put us in a very vulnerable position. So I have to take on my point-counterpoint position where I talk to myself. So what do you think, David, about the subject we're talking about right now? Do you agree with everything I'm saying? Actually, I do. I think you're doing the right thing, Dave. And whenever you do talk to yourself like this, it makes you look ever more capable of running the presidency with clones of yourself. Yeah. Well, thank you. And it's a great way to actually do the show simultaneously from two different perspectives. The one thing I don't want to do is kiss myself. That would look a little weird. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Dave Trump defeated the most corrupt political bitches in the world. The Clintons admire him for his tactics. Mad Dog, Trump is covering for the deep state. Trump is covering for the Clintons. That's why Trump has not prosecuted any of the Clintons. That's a simple fact, Jack. You're losing your sense of humor? Oh, you love it. Great. I'm not going to kiss myself. I refuse. It's very tempting to lean forward and go, no, I already gave myself a self-hug. Many of you people have to give yourself more self-hugs. And really mean it, you know? Love yourself. Yeah. Well, we have a lot of things that are disturbing right now that need to be addressed. A bank robbery in Brazil has led to 14 people dead because of hostages. Terrible situation. The guys got out with money and held multiple people, ages 6 to 14 to 13 to 60 years old. 2 little girls were killed. Yeah, a major death toll rise. All right, and then another story here. The yellow vest protesters, what do they want? They've been protesting. We'll be giving you more of this later in the show. But they want lower taxes on fuel. And now they're...
A long way from the Champs-Élysées, these Gilets Jaunes protesters remain mobilised. They've taken over this motorway toll booth and are offering drivers free passage.
Yeah, so they're acting out. They're committing acts of belligerent... alterations, allowing people to go through the toll booths. They're doing anything they can to mess up the government of Emmanuel Macron, the Rothschild puppet. Yes. Yes. Okay, moving on. One more. And then we had this photograph, which was, according to an expert, he never kissed his daughter on the lips. This is photoshopped, okay? But I remember he tried to kiss her on the lips once. Yeah, but I do believe it could be photoshopped. Yeah. The shadowing is very off. You know, that outline next to his... So I don't think he was trying to kiss his daughter. Although he may have wanted to because he's very attracted to her. If she wasn't his daughter, he would be dating her. Okay, and this came in the show tonight. Trump did not know about the Huawei extradition request before the Xi dinner. Now they're trying to get this woman extradited to the U.S. to face charges. I know, I'm talking about exactly what I see. The kiss photographs is Russian propaganda. I agree. I want to clarify, this is not Donald Trump kissing his daughter. We validated that. This is Donald Trump kissing his wife. Wait a second. This is getting confusing. Is this a trick question? Okay. We're trying to appeal to people who are right in the center of the political spectrum, so whatever I present here will be centrist in nature. But yeah, he didn't know anything about the Huawei extradition, which is kind of weird considering the most powerful man's daughter in the entire country of China has been arrested and is being extradited to the U.S. because Donald Trump wants to impose economic sanctions on Iran, which I said was a bad move. So had he followed my recommendations 100%, we wouldn't be in this pickle with China. And I wouldn't have been imposing a massive tariff on aluminum and any steel, which was a big mistake. Trump should have had my help, 2 years ago? It shouldn't have been Pence. It should have been me as the VP. Yeah, I would have helped him out. So you're off camera because of winter power fluctuations? Well, Bob, have you ever considered getting a propane generator? You may want to do that, I believe you sent $5,000 to Trump's campaign. The least you could do is get yourself a propane generator, buddy. Yeah. Don't get a diesel one. It's very, very polluting. And don't get a gas one either, because it's just propane's the way to go. Oh, yeah, you do. I would put a propane generator in any facility I'm at, no matter where I am. Just to know I have a backup supply of energy. And you can get, 50, 150, you can get 500 gallons of propane and it would run forever. I have never checked out Generac generators, but I can. Within instantaneous moments, I can respond to them. Generac power systems are available since 1959. Has been committed to building the most powerful generators in the world. Let's see if they have anything that I could use. Now I'm an expert. Quieter, more powerful, and beats Honda, the perfect gift. I'm beginning to like them. Yeah. Hey, gas generators will do, believe me, but I'm looking for a portable propane generator. Ask your expert in your area. Find your dealer. Thanks for sharing. Next. You had 2 Generacs in your old house, 8,100 watts apiece. Are you serious, Bob? Wow. Bob, despite our differences, you and I probably get along pretty well. I know a lot of Republicans. They don't exactly like me, but they like me, but they don't like what I say. David, this is a warning. Pay your water bill, or you'll have to crap in plastic bags like you. Wow, poor Big Mama Kush didn't pay his water bill, and now he's got to take dumps in his plastic bags and put it out on the street for the San Francisco people to pick up. Wow. No wonder they've had all these bags of fecal matter sitting on the streets of the Castro district. Yeah. And here we thought it was just preparations for a sex act. That's pretty disgusting that you would actually let your water go off, Big Mama Kush. You should feel ashamed. David, couldn't a good wood-burning oven create electricity for lights and stuff? Well, yeah. Good luck with that. There are only a couple of kinetic generators that run off wood fire heat. Yeah, there are a couple of them on the market that are pretty amazing. You put them next to your stove and then they push the heat of the stove outward, and they use the heat from the stove to generate the electricity necessary to push the fan. So let's see. Wood fire fan. Wood fire powered fan. See if anything shows up. Yeah, there you go. Now there is an electric footprint from this thermoelectric EcoFan. And for only $39.95, you too can have one of these right next to your fire. Isn't it amazing? I'm able to pull up things on the fly in the show for your entertainment. This disperses the hot air around the room, promotes air circulation effectively, and it's whisper quiet. Only $39.70. Buy it now with $3 shipping. That's not a bad move. Now, you can't really tap into the electric heat on that unless you break into the electric motor. If you do that, you might have a source of electricity there. But there's not a lot of things to generate electricity off of a wood fire stove. But that's your best bet. I'm going to give you the option. The option of making your own wood fire heat move toward your house. There you go. Check it out. You saw it here first. There's Tesla solar roof panels. You're on the list. You've been waiting, but they actually blend in for the third price that you can be off the grid. Why has it been suppressed? Well, you know, the thing is, Ham Beast, I want to build one of those solar rooftops, and I don't even know where to buy them. Is there a link to the Tesla? Yeah, is there a Tesla thing? I think that'll take you to the eBay, Adam. Yeah. Nope. Yep, there it is. Yeah, there it is. So I gave you the wrong link over there. Thanks, man. Well, that's one way to move fire heat out of your fire area into your house, because that's the best thing. You set it right next to your fire, and it pushes that heat right into your house. One of the problems with fire's heat, number one, is the carbon monoxide potential, unless you've got a good outlet like a properly vented chimney. But otherwise, it's pretty good to get that heat out, pushed. Moving on. If I had a dime for every time John Lennon was on the show, I would be a rich man. Oh, wait, I am a rich man. Never mind. Is that a joke, or is this some sort of a, quote from somebody? We're going to make sure that we maintain legal marijuana in America. That's something I'm going to shoot for. Is Mad Dog saying a vote for me is a wasted vote? Okay, you're out of here. Later. Oh, you put a monitor in your fireplace and play America's Third Party to keep it toasty? Chestnuts roasting on an open fire. Well, let's just bring on the fire here, since a lot of us have been getting burned lately. I mean, Anita can sing, yeah. She's good. Anita's got a good voice. Anita could actually do radio. She's actually got a very good voice. I'm surprised she hasn't, built a radio show or something out of her bed. It would have been nice if, people who are bound to their bedroom or to their lifestyle should have the ability to do that, Well, yeah, people who've been chronically sick have been suddenly cured when the pot became legal. Yeah, it's true. I mean, it's CBD oil, man. If you haven't checked it out, you must certainly look into it, Bob. Don't be a stick in the mud, buddy. Yeah, you're kind of losing an opportunity to. It should be legal, all recreational. Yeah. I have a photograph here of a fire. I can warm the cockles of your heart with my fire. Fire, do do do. Talking about fire. Yeah, here it is. Fries. Yeah, let's warm things up. There you go. I don't want. If you're going to play me in the middle of your fireplace, at least we have a little of this to go with us, Warming you through the visual stimulation of the beauty of fire. I'm not a big pyromaniac, so don't get me wrong. It doesn't surprise me. When I said that the fire department in California should be charged with arson, I kind of meant it. There was a massive fire in California, the Camp Fire, and we just showed you pictures of what could be the starting of a fire by the fire department, claiming to create a fire barrier with 60-mile-an-hour winds. This is unheard of.
This is not water, guys. This is not water. This is a helicopter dropping down fire to cause this to happen, to cause people to die. Dozens of people have died because of this. Hundreds and thousands of people have lost their lives.
And they really have. We played a video last night that was shocking. 153 News had a very powerful video. I think I'll play it again tonight. Play it again, Sam. Let me see if I can pull it up. Yeah, it was a man crying because he was so overwhelmed with the suffering that has gone on. More than 88 people have died. They've done some manipulating of the statistics in Campfire area to see how many people actually have burned. The numbers of people that lived there were 46,000, possibly even 50,000. Somehow only 88 people died, but everybody lost their house. The numbers just don't add up, and there's no way that they could have been absorbed by family members. And a lot of these people were retirees, and nobody was actually visiting them. Vonmas is over. Good, thank you. Thanks for seeing the video. Thanks for watching it. It was a very offhanded video. I was never offered a job with the Letterman show. Hey, we have a collection of all our 153 news, by the way, with a lot of links that have come in. If you want to check them out, there it is. If you want to check those links out. But yeah, we were looking at a bunch of things recently. A lot of things have come in recently. Yeah, maybe Scissor Fight has another link to that, the fire that oh, here it is, Paradise Lost 1, setting the world on, yeah, that's probably the one. Okay, I think I've got it.
Hey, Awakening Truthers, and welcome to another video from A Plain Truth, back in action again. Let's get into the fires. I've been wanting to report on this. We're going to have a 4-part series here. This is the first part. Look at that picture, folks. It's nothing.
We'll play you a recovery of that same video tonight. The guy was literally crying from the loss of life. He thinks it's way worse than we think. He thinks that the cost of this is much higher than 88 deaths. They went from 200 missing to nobody got hurt. It's like, what? 50,000 people lived in the area. Yeah, and now nobody can go back in. It's complete wasteland, and they have laws against the. Okay, I think we're good there. Tell me when the UHF thing is still hanging over the ball sack is hanging over the screen. Then we'll go ahead with a double split screen again if we have to. Thank you. You betcha. All right. Oh, I hear a cat. Hang on. Oh, and you open the bedroom door so all the cold air is coming in. My little kitty cat is coming in. Oh, you're so deceptive. Aren't you a little sneaky kitty? Let's refer to freedom right now, shall we? Freedom to eat clean food. Let's start with that. Watch the Ron Johnson report on the products they're putting in our food. Oh, right there.
From the supermarket has been treated with a product called Smart Fresh. Now, before I get it, most consumers are unaware that the fruit they eat from the supermarket has been treated with a product called Smart Fresh. Now, before I get into what Smart Fresh is, I want you to see it in action. First, they place the fruit in a hermetically sealed chamber. Then they drop the Zyklon B, Smart Fresh, into some water to form a gas, and then they lock up the gas chamber nice and tight. They leave the fruit there for about 24 hours so that it can soak up all the gas, and voila, your fruit has been contaminated. Smart Fresh.
Yeah, Smart Fresh. Okay, here we go. This is what we brought her in here for. Kitty cat time. I actually hit her little head when I opened the door. It's like I heard this little bump going. Okay. We're going to have to, Fries, you're on portable. Stop slandering people. Okay? I warned you about that. Look at this little kitty cat. She's 15 years old. She's just adorable. I take good care of her. I got you some more CBD oil. So she's going to have her CBD oil. Yeah. I've never had a more attentive cat than this cat. She just loves the attention. I asked God for a lap kitty 16 years ago, and she was literally saved by Sarah's father. They were throwing her around. Kids were throwing her around like a basketball, and she was dying of chlamydia. She was a very sick little kitty cat, and she was dying of chlamydia, and I got a veterinarian to look at her, and the lady said, "Oh yeah, she'll be dead in a year." I said, no, chlamydia can be cured. And I argued with the veterinarian. She said, no, it can't. I said, well, you need to research it because it's a bacteria. No, it's a virus, sir. She had drawn her information from 1974 when she got her veterinarian's license. So she didn't know, yeah. Her mother had the clap. Her kitty cat mother had had chlamydia. And she gave it to through the birthing canal, and only 1 out of 10 cats survive. So she was the only one of the litter that survived. And when we picked her up, she was like 6 weeks old, and she was bleeding from the nose and eye. Her mother had chlamydia. Her mother was raped. The Me Too kitty generation was started then. But anyway, she had chlamydia. So I gave her a 15-day course of antibiotics that I had to go buy Bird Biotic online, because the veterinarian wouldn't give me a 15-day course. The vet was completely negative. I told her, I said, you need to update your information. Anyway, we got the Bird Biotic into her food, fully cured her of her chlamydia, and she's been the best cat ever since. You save a cat's life, and they're your friend forever. So, well, there's nothing more dangerous than a domestic cat. If a domestic cat gets out, they're super dangerous because they don't even know what's going on. They're like living on instinct. They'll fight anybody and anything. Scratch your eyes out. Anyway, if you don't want to ask God, then don't, and stop coming in here and harassing us who don't. If you don't believe in anything, that's fine. But you must understand you live in a country with religious freedom. And you must at least accept the fact that other people have the right to believe whatever they want and worship Jesus if they so choose. Christianity and Christmas are connected. So many of you people who are in denial and say, oh no, it's just a holiday. Oh. Well, not really. I mean, and some of you want to attack the St. Nicholas, the bishop that brought the whole thing to life. Aaron Rousseau's documentary, America's Freedom to Fascism, Director's Cut. We got a 2-hour and 26-minute. I was thinking about playing that last week because we haven't played it in like 2 years. So tonight will be the night we'll play it. This talks about how our country's been manipulated through various powerful global elitists that run our country through the Fed, and how they've put us into wars. It's a good, very good video. It's from an expert filmmaker named Aaron Rousseau, who exposed the Rockefellers. He was a friend with one of the Rockefellers, and he heard things that were shocking, that they wanted people gone, that wanted to depopulate the earth. And that was a major realization for Aaron Rousseau. And during that time that he was going over and having these meetings, he was served a drink of some sort. And ironically, Aaron Rousseau died of a disease which could have been arsenic poisoning. They called it bladder cancer, but bladder cancer and arsenic poisoning have the same exact symptomology, which is very interesting. They might have gotten rid of Aaron Rousseau. You like ATVs, really? Sarah is not going to be in the show tonight because she went to a party, a Christmas party. And I'm doing the show because I'm dedicated to the show, and I probably could have gone on the party instead. So that's okay. I'm not too worried about parties, except for this party and the party in in everybody's life, what they want to do, how they want to move forward. So Donald Trump has got two big enemies. Rex Tillerson right now, who's stating the truth that Donald Trump was trying to do illegal things when he had him as Secretary of State. And then Senator Blumenthal, who's very outspoken about what's happening with the obstruction charges, which are going to be pending very shortly.
By the way, on that topic tonight, because it is emerging as a big story between now and the next year, the Republicans still control the Senate with 53, 54 seats. They can get a majority vote and get this guy confirmed. How do you as a Democrat stop that if you want to do it so?
I'm going to be asking tough questions, and I'm going to be demanding specific commitments. For example, that he will commit to approving any subpoenas issued by the special counsel.
I see.
Approve the budget, approve the indictments that may be handed down, and avoid constricting the authority of the special counsel. I think my Republican colleagues are going to be very, very interested in those answers. I think they want this investigation to be completed, and their fear is that there's an attorney general who will, in effect, commit another Saturday Night Massacre, even if it's a Saturday Night Massacre in slow motion, which is the danger from the acting attorney general, Matt Whitaker. And remember, William Barr has cast aspersions on the prosecutors in Bob Mueller's office. He has said that Hillary Clinton and Uranium One are worthier of investigation than collusion between the Trump campaign and the Russians or obstruction of justice. And I want specific, definite commitments. He's going to protect the special counsel. I'm going to press for legislation that will require full disclosure of any findings and evidence from the special counsel, including a report. And I think those kinds of commitments are absolutely necessary.
Okay.
And Democrats, as well as Republicans, can unite about them.
Before you leave tonight, I want to get your thoughts up in that tri-state area up there in New York. The New York, Southern District of New York has basically pointed out, they've said charged the president with directing a criminal activity, the cover-up of that campaign contribution in great intricate fashion, apparently, according to that memo today, about how Michael Cohen really went around to try to create the paperwork to make it look like it was something it wasn't. They say that in that memo today, in that sentencing memo, that Michael Cohen knew what he was doing. He's a lawyer. He was politically sophisticated enough to know he was breaking the law, and proof of that was the way in which he was covering it up with such intricate effort. Do you believe it's possible or plausible that the President of the United States, who was directing him to do so, didn't know he was doing so to cover up a crime?
I believe it is totally implausible that the president had no idea there was a cover-up ongoing here. If he knew the facts, as apparently the Southern District of New York believes that he did, it seems both impossible and implausible that he didn't understand the motive and the criminal intent here, as well as the actions. And one more thing, this hammer over Michael Cohen, the recommendation for additional time, I think is a point of leverage, and we'll see more coming from Michael Cohen.
Point of leverage, more coming from Michael Cohen. And Michael Cohen, the prosecutor is asking for stiff penalties, and so is Donald Trump. Because he doesn't like Michael Cohen now that Michael Cohen turned on him. No, he hates him now. He used to be a really trusted advisor. Now he hates him. Because Michael Cohen actually told the truth. Yeah. I will pardon Michael Cohen if I become president. It's very brave what he did, and he's going up against some pretty powerful people that got Trump elected. Russian collaborators, Russian Zionist oligarchs, you name it. Okay, more developments on the
Ventura County Sheriff.
On the Ventura County Sheriff shooting. Apparently, we found out yesterday that the Thousand Hoax, the alleged terrorist act, the sheriff that was killed was shot by another sheriff's rifle.
Department releases startling new information regarding that mass shooting which rocked the community last month. Here's more on those findings.
Authorities issue tragic new details in the Thousand Oaks, California shooting massacre. Friday, Ventura County authorities announced Sheriff Sergeant Ron Helis was killed by friendly fire while responding to last month's shooting.
Today, I'm deeply saddened to inform you that Sergeant Helis was also struck by a sixth bullet, which we now know through forensic analysis by the FBI's crime laboratory was fired from the CHP officer's rifle.
Helis was one of 12 people killed before the gunman took his own life. Authorities said he could have potentially survived the 5 gunshots he was hit with from the suspect, but the 6th bullet struck vital organs and was fatal. The CHP officer who fired the shot is currently on leave, but the sheriff said he's a consummate professional and his heroism is not diminished by the new finding.
I'm sorry, but when a guy commits friendly fire shots, that's more than just it's a sad story. Yeah, Mark Wahlberg, how you doing, man? The reality is, though, you know better than anybody, Mark. You're a sharpshooter. You know that you don't make mistakes like that if you're a sharpshooter. Yeah. Nobody trained in police or paramilitary should make mistakes like shooting their own man right through their heart. That doesn't make any sense. Maybe that guy was going to tell everybody that it was all a big crisis event and they just killed him anyway.
Republicans are poised to grill former FBI Director James Comey on Friday in what could be the final act in a dramatic effort to probe allegations of bias at the Justice Department before Democrats take over the House. The interview comes just weeks before the House GOP will turn over the majority to Democrats.
This week
who are
has been
expected
filled
to
with
launch
major
a slew of
headlines in the U.S.
investigations into President Trump when they take hold of committee gavels. Comey's appearance will once again shift focus to a figure who has drawn ear from both Democrats and Republicans for his decisions in 2016 and has remade himself into one of Trump's fiercest critics since the president ousted him as FBI director last year.
Yeah. Well, I think Comey should be charged with a crime.
Former First Lady Michelle Obama said Saturday that it's not always enough for women to, quote, lean in when trying to find a balance between their marriage and career. Quote, that whole, so you can have it all? Nope, not at the same time, Obama said while speaking in Brooklyn as she promoted her book Becoming, according to New York Magazine. Quote, that's a lie, and it's not always enough to lean in, because that doesn't work all the time.
She said that shit doesn't work all the time.
Noted on Twitter that the crowd erupted after hearing Obama curse.
The crowd erupted after hearing Michelle say the word shit. Very good. Well, it's not the first time. I decided in 2016 to use the word shit. I hadn't for about 8 years doing the broadcast. I was very careful. But now even Angela Merkel has used the word shitstorm in her statements, that she faced a shitstorm of controversy over the immigration problem in her country. And Angela will be leaving. She's going to step down. So they're going to have a new chancellor of Germany coming up soon. Hopefully addressing the immigration crisis that she's created. I don't know if Comey's statement is really that important at this point, because I think he needs to be charged with a crime. I think Comey purposely rigged the election in favor of Donald Trump. Remember, it was Comey's decision 11 days before the election to claim that Hillary was under criminal investigation, even while he had full access to the dossier and could have investigated Trump on the dossier. He instead said that he was investigating Hillary. His response was he didn't think Hillary would lose, so it didn't really matter to him. That, to me, is the most mindless statement and couldn't possibly be somebody we would ever make a director of the FBI. But if we did make an idiot like Comey, the director of the FBI, who would say such a thing, then we as a nation are to blame for having such corrupt FBI officers. And I would agree with the Republicans on their investigation now of the potential FISA abuses, because that has got to come forward too. If we're going to do a full investigation into everything, including Trump and the Russian oligarch connection, we're going to have to include Hillary and the uranium deal, and the FBI constantly working in favor of Hillary, like when Strzok, the FBI agent, openly admitted to culling the emails from the WikiLeaks on Hillary Clinton. The 30,000 of WikiLeaks were culled down to about 3,500. What did we miss? Did Strzok pull out the Benghazi emails? Do we even know that? We don't even know that. To this day, we don't know that. This just in. Print screen. Okay, Mad Dog said, I'm exposing David and Sarah's liberal retards today. Wow. Okay, Mad Dog, that's it for you. You've been banned from the show. This guy doesn't learn, I'll tell you. Thank you for the reveal, Drag King. Yeah. I'm not thinking too hard. I believe that Comey is either an idiot, which is possible, or he was working for the Russians. Wouldn't it make sense that Trump would fire him to end the Russian thing? It kind of makes sense, doesn't it, to end any investigation into Comey, who clearly helped Donald Trump win. No one had more influence over the election than James Comey's decision to claim that Hillary should be investigated criminally. Now, I'm of the belief that we need to move forward with criminal investigations with Hillary and Donald. That we're sitting on a reality that we need a third party to be the arbiter here. Thank you for supporting me. But if we don't get a third party to be the arbiter in this situation, we're in trouble. Okay, let's take a look. We've got Trump 2020 memos. Let's take a look. 2020. I'm Barbara Walters. I'm 2020. Yeah, Barbara Walters should run for 2020. She'd be great. Shaping up to be a campaign to stay out of prison. Wow. Intelligencer. In 2016, Donald Trump claimed the American presidential election would determine nothing less than whether a proven criminal would be sent to jail or the Oval Office. Well, in 2020, that might actually be the case. On Friday, federal prosecutors released a sentencing recommendation for Trump's longtime lawyer Michael Cohen, and in doing so, implicated the president in a federal crime and suggested that he might well be implicated in several more. In August, Cohen pled guilty to multiple campaign finance violations, saying that he'd been involved in an illicit scheme to aid Donald Trump's presidential campaign by providing hush payments to two of the GOP nominees' alleged ex-lovers in fall of 2016. Karen McDougal and Stormy Daniels. Such hush payments would have constituted undisclosed, illegally large in-kind contributions to the Trump campaign. Huh. Yeah. So it does look like there's some reason to think that prosecutors have evidence that speaks to Trump's intent. Ding, 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 ding. Alert, alert. Possible immigration or possible impeachment coming to your neighborhood near you. Okay, breaking news. Rocket-carrying satellite launches from Vandenberg Air Force Base. Another one of these Iridium rockets. Here we go.
T-minus 7 seconds due to a problem detected by the terminal countdown sequencer rack. The clock has been reset to T-minus 4 minutes while the team evaluates the next step.
Reset.
Reset.
P&E, verify nose cone purge on and set heater to 164 degrees.
Roger that.
Verified.
Roger Tlenier. Go ahead. Watch the phallic symbol blow into the sky. We are waiting for liftoff. Okay.
This is Cisco. Report
Lift
ready
off.
to safe vehicle ordnance.
Ready to safe vehicle ordnance.
We're ready to go. Okay, we're going to put that on the sideline here. We're waiting for takeoff. They're getting ready to drop a lot more pollution into the air.
FTS, LC. Go ahead. Command FTS.
The last Iridium rocket sent so much pollution into the air that it's more than likely they're dropping heavy metal particles in the atmosphere over California. Are you getting married? Congratulations. Are you marrying your hologram? Are you marrying a robotic woman? You already had twice. So your neighbor has been warned twice about smoking in his apartment, and he's still doing it. Time to get. So Misanthropy, you smoke, but you smoke outside. You try to smoke inside. Ever? You're jealous that you can't smoke inside like your neighbor. We're tracking a very interesting chat dialogue over here. Yeah, Bob's in there swinging. He's trying to fight for the Republicans here. I'm not going to keep you guys out of the dialogue because I actually think that you're onto something with the FBI. Yeah. I think you're exposing some pretty bad corruption that protected Hillary in the FBI. Yeah. I'm listening to the Republicans. Don't get me wrong. I'm hearing you. But you're just not hearing that Donald Trump is corrupt as hell and you're riding a wave that's not going to last forever, I assure you. Yep, you smoke from everything you respect from. Okay, so you go outside to smoke, Misanthropy?
Roger.
Are you within the 16 mandatory feet away from your apartment building?
SRM ignition switch to disable position.
Go ahead. We are about ready to see a live rocket blast here.
Ignition disabled.
Go ahead. We're watching live. Nothing better than watching a rocket take off from Vandenberg Air Force Base. It's truly a momentous decision to watch this right now.
MEQ reports.
I think it could be one.
Secured.
ALC on TC emergency panel.
I think you may be suffering from chemtrailitis. It's a type of sinusitis due to chemtrails. There are probably nanofibers in your nostrils that are disagreeing with your system. You may want to do like a nasal rinse or something. Get some Zicam. That might help. You know, you could also have a psychosomatic reaction or possibly even an allergic reaction. So you have problems with polyp? Oh my gosh. Well, maybe make sure your antihistamines are up. So if you may have an allergic reaction going on. A nose polyp is pretty serious, yeah. You did nasal irrigation? Then don't do it again. Ask your doctor. Go to an eye, ear, nose, and throat expert and have him stick a tube deep down your esophagus so you can barely breathe and go... And then have him charge you $40,000 for diagnostics. I think he's okay. Juan seems to be hanging out with the rest of us. Yeah, you probably could go outside, but you won't see it through the fog of chemtrails above your house. What? You better not open that door, Amber. We've got zone heating going on right now, and the Amber keeps going in and out of the door. That's why I keep getting up. Amber, come here. I got a room 67 degrees. You think the cat would be happy with that, but she wants to come in here and freeze. She is. If she pushes that door open, she knows she's a naughty kitty. She really wants her dinner.
Roger.
We're putting together a... She only eats the best. Frisky's prime entree.
Roger.
Roger Tlenier, go ahead.
Red line monitor stopped.
Here we go.
Roger.
Roger that. This is another Iridium rocket, I believe. Yeah.
ALC, adjust clock to T plus 5.
It's a Delta IV heavy rocket, produces 2.1 million pounds of thrust, which means 2.1 million pounds of particulates in the atmosphere.
Proceed with CBC loading.
This is a gross misuse of technology.
Roger.
And it's an ancient form of getting through the atmosphere. This is like watching 1955 Werner von Braun technology. It's so antiquated. It's like, okay.
Launch activities tonight.
Don't they have any Martian spacecraft like the Russians?
Up-to-date information.
Or the
Visit
Germans?
ULAlaunch.com. Follow us at ULA Launch. Or call 1-877.
Ladies and gentlemen, today's launch has been scrubbed. We will not be able to get into the air. They've scrubbed it for real. It's been scrubbed. It says right here, scrubbed. All right, thank you. That was a failed attempt at a potential launch. I think they got outed. They saw us videotaping them, and they said, no, we better not blow this off because it's been canceled. They probably knew that I was just going to rag on them for dumping 2.1 million tons or pounds of explosive in the atmosphere. They're just polluting the entire world doing this. Let me ask you, is it easier to screw a screw in than it is to hammer a nail? Well, technically, it's a lot easier in short-term use in terms of force and vector force placed on a screwdriver than it does to pound a nail through something. So I believe we're going to have to continue our effort to develop new ways of getting through our atmosphere by corkscrewing. And what better way than to actually develop the technology that even the Germans were developing, alien spacecraft technology. This alien spacecraft technology was developed during the virile time of Adolf Hitler. Yeah. So maybe we will be moving in that direction someday. You never know. But you think we would get out of this mindset of just poking things through the atmosphere, you know? It's just so ridiculous. Okay, this is unbelievable, folks. We're going to drift away from the VREL project and the alien space traffic to something a little bit more down to earth. Not quite like fire, but close. This school is turning the lunch debt over to a collection agency. Some kids' lunch debt. Michel San Miguel.
Lunches. It's become a familiar problem for Cranston Public Schools. Chief Operating Officer Ray Votto says the school district has tried to collect money owed before with little success.
Every year we write off what's the balances.
That's why the school district says it hired a collection agency, Transworld Systems, to recover money owed. During the last 2 school years, the district paid off more than $95,000 in outstanding lunch bills. So far this year, the unpaid balance is $45,000. This grandmother has mixed feelings about getting a collection agency involved in lunch politics.
I can actually see both sides of it. Yeah, $45,000 is a lot of money for the school district to be debited, not have. But then on the other hand, I know what it's like not to have enough money.
Lunch at a Cranston elementary school costs $2.50 per day. For middle school and high school students, it's $3.25. Votto says parents who owe $20 or more and who haven't paid off the balance within 2 months will receive a letter from the collection agency. Students who owe money for multiple meals won't go hungry. They'll continue to get the same entree that paying students receive.
We're feeding the children. That's not in dispute.
All right. That's pretty, I think it's pretty sad that it's only through federal cutbacks that we're facing this type of program. Donald Trump has cut kids off. Yeah. Donald Trump is spending more money on his on his actually golfing fees, $75 million a year for golfing, when kids are without food in their lunch program. We're going to shoot for non-GMO. I'm going to set up a non-GMO food program for kids. Whether it's organic or not, we cannot guarantee that. We're going to start slow, but we'll work toward organic. But we got to get more funding for school lunches. In fact, kids should have bags of lunches that they can take home for the weekend. Organic is actually not BS. I totally support it. In fact, keeping chemical fertilizers away from food is got to be the best way to stop dangerous illnesses like cancer. We know there's a direct connection between Roundup, the product made by Bayer, Monsanto, as well as Dow Chemical. It has been linked to cancer and is carcinogenic in so many ways I can't even tell you, yet you people just refuse to admit that organic is a good thing. It just blows my mind. No, it does not cost way more. It's only 33% more on cost for organic. And if we expand out a program to reduce food prices as time goes on to eliminate food waste, every store should have bins of older food available for people to buy. Right now, there's no mandate for stores to do that. Most stores throw away perfectly good food every single day in America. In fact, the numbers are staggering. Food waste in America takes $165 billion away from our budgeting. That's how much money is lost. $165 billion to food waste in America. I wish I was making that up. But I'll put it in front of your face instead. Every year, $165 billion is lost. Food dumped in the garbage with plastic waste so it doesn't compost. We're not even using it for fertilizer. DT Laura says, I'm not impressed with any of you right now. You know who you are. All right, DT. Oh, My phone's been off. It's on now. The EBT program is not designed for kids. We're going to expand the WIC program for a lot of mothers who have children. Much more food for WIC for mothers. The program that I'm proposing is a $400 per month basic income plan for every U.S. citizen, including mothers. This is the EBT allotment. Will be more for mothers, ironically. Unless, of course, they're currently receiving funds for disability or Social Security. But I'm going to plan on phasing out welfare slowly through this program. Getting rid of a program like welfare, which is stuck to us like glue since the New Deal was put in place. We also have a robust plan to put food waste back into circulation through recycling and possibly even dehydration, or making food available for people in an emergency situation in regional centers at every FEMA outlet. You'll get less benefits when your plants die? No, is strictly people on disability and Social Security will not qualify for the $400 extra per month. But any U.S. citizen will qualify, and there won't be 6-month checkups for this money. It's designed to stimulate the economy and to get the retail sector back on track. We're also going to try to negotiate a higher wage for Walmart employees at the same time. Since Walmart employees will be, benefiting, actually Walmart will benefit the most because they produce 38% of the food we eat at Walmart. And most of the people who are collecting on EBT, using food stamp money, need that money, and they spend it at Walmart. So if we can negotiate with Walmart to continue taking the EBT card, as long as they produce salaries of $15 an hour for their employees, then we'd be good. Or we could get them to formulate a private union, which would be very helpful. Without a private union, Walmart doesn't have any questioning of their leadership. Nobody can question them. So, hey, we are at Third Party, by the way, if you're on Twitter. Don't forget to follow us. I know, it's lonely without Mommy here. She needs to be here, Amber. I call her Sarah, her mother. That cute. Yeah. Yeah, my $400 plan is seemingly missing from the show here. Anyway, ideas like this are possible, but we have to have proper use of our food supply, and we don't right now. Well, we would be giving people on welfare $400. That's the point. And mothers wouldn't have enough. Right now they get $250 per child on top of their welfare money. So we're going to replace that with WIC funds. The current WIC program is very, very successful. We'll make sure they have plenty of funding for their kids' food. Planned Parenthood caters to minorities, you say, that can't afford to have kids or pay for their... It is a plot to depopulate, yeah. Since Roe v. Wade's instigation in 1973, over 65 million babies have been aborted, and a larger proportion of those babies have been black. I'm not saying 65 million black kids have been aborted. I'm saying relative to the population, which comprises mostly about 11% of us are African American at the most. The higher percentage of babies have been aborted, not 11%, higher than 11% of those babies, 65 million babies that have been aborted. On the good news side, since Roe v. Wade was put in place, crime has been reduced as much as 45%. In fact, in 2000, they determined that crime reduction was 45% due to the fact that 65 million kids weren't born to unwanted situations where the parents didn't want them. People are irresponsible, and we can't control that. Lot Lizard, you're not allowed in here, especially with such sick, crazy, weird things coming out of your mouth. Psycho. God, can't believe you got in here. What about, yeah, good question. Soylent Green, yeah. That was a big question that came up in the 70s with a movie called Soylent Green, which was an excellent movie, actually. One of the best. Amber's doing okay. She's just wondering where her mother is. She's been having problems finding her little mother, you know. Sarah's out having a party. Well, you know, I stick it out in the show because I'm so dedicated to this show. It's almost ridiculous. Maybe my cat will get close to the toothbrush like this one. It's like he saw. It's like the cat saw a. It's like he freaked out. Yeah, the cat completely freaked out. NBC failed to download the connection here. Alec Baldwin. Let's see. Melania bot is due for maintenance. Okay, we got that one too.
Oleg, Masha.
Okay, we'll look at the Russians need to reprogram Melania bot. Okay, this is from Breitbart. Alec Baldwin wants to lead coast-to-coast sing-along of God Bless America when Trump resigns. God bless America. And... I'm sorry, I forgot the lyrics. That would be funny. Well, I sure hope that works out. Trump will be resigning probably in the next 6 months. The charges that are to be levied are exactly what I've been saying for the past 8 years. Yeah. Well, actually, 6 years since I recall Trump coming into my my show trying to steal my ideas. So it's not 8 years. He came into our show in 2012 on Ustream and tried to communicate with us. And then was watching us. Yeah, he will be resigning, yeah. Oh, all of you people don't realize how deep into this Russian thing he is. Oh, it's all a Russian hoax. You actually believe him. It's all just a Russian hoax. It's just a bunch of bad fake news. Everything's fake news to you people. You don't have critical thinking ability. You have this blank slate. It's called fake news. I think Trump was watching Sarah. Yeah, I think he does. He likes women. He likes to take women away from men, too. Because Trump is suffering from, obviously, vagina envy. I didn't want to bring this up again, but we'll talk about it. Vagina envy was a diagnostic mental disease diagnosed by Catherine Horney in the 1930s. And she said that it was indicative of a person who uses their name and everything, like Trump Towers, Trump Ties, Trump Casinos, this, that, and the other thing, Trump International Escort Service. So their obsession with their name is to overcome their need to have a vagina and to be like their mother, who they were jealous of. Very complex mentality. But it would explain Trump's behavior to the T. And I know Catherine Horney is not around now to talk about this mental illness, but vagina envy is something we shouldn't just take lightly. Mixed with the possible megalomaniacal disorders that he suffers from, malignant narcissism, that's not a good thing. Malignant narcissism coupled with the vagina envy leads to a man running around trying to grab everybody's ass in their Oval Office. Kind of like George W. or H.W. Remember that? The late George H.W. May his soul rest somewhere else between here and purgatory. Remember when he grabbed the women's asses and said, "It's just David Copperfield. 1,000 points of feely wheelies." Yeah. A new world odor. Are you wearing Vagisil? I mean, you can only imagine the jokes this guy was coming up with. Trumpty Dumpty wants a great wall. Trumpty Dumpty has lied to us all. All the elite puppets and all the bad men couldn't get Trumpty elected again. Very good. That's worthy of copying. Did you really write that? You're very talented. You should put a meme together. That would be really good. So I like Alec Baldwin. I know that many of you who dislike his performance of Donald Trump just don't understand the man. I mean, he married a beautiful woman, does yoga with her, has found an enlightened new pathway, and then got arrested for just talking back to somebody publicly. I mean, this guy is going through the ringer. You got to have some respect for this guy. Yeah, maybe Trump really does need to get, roasted once in a while at some comedic ceremony. You know what I'm talking about? He missed the White House press dinner, the correspondence dinner. He didn't want anyone to make fun of him. That's a pretty easy way to not do a press dinner, is to not to let anybody make fun of you. Donald, he missed it. Good night, Hamby. Sleep well. Oh, but I don't like what you just said. Yeah. Anyway. You've been a very good kitty, Amber. I know. She's saying, really, where's mommy? You know? And I guess mommy just checked out. She's having fun. Yeah, she hangs out at a party and talks to people and drinks eggnog. I hope she isn't getting that eggnog that's spiked. You better call me on the phone and I'll go down and get her. I wouldn't trust any alcohol. I don't drink, you know. I know. Trump would curl up in a ball with a snot bubble in his nose at a roast. I know. He just doesn't have any sense of humor. Okay, this is a BBC video we'll play about roasting, the Russians need to reprogram Melania Trump.
You are coming on a special trip to America. OMG, we're going to Universal Studios. We are not going to Universal Studios. No, we are
going to reprogram Melania Trump. This should be very funny. I'll play this tonight in our show.
Ironically, Melania Trump's plagiarism troubles. But back in March, Stephen Colbert pointed out the resemblance.
Here's Mrs. Trump.
Yeah.
Right there.
My favorite.
Yeah, there's a very similar look there. Yeah, no question about it. That looks like fun too. I'll add that as well. Yeah, anything that can be considered roasting of Trump and Melania would be great. At this point, we need to have levity because the news has become so vicious. I don't get banned from anywhere. No, I just don't go to parties because I've got a show to do. No, Sarah doesn't have a bull. Sarah is 100% trustworthy. You know how you're so antagonistic toward women that you really are coming under the heading of misogynistic. And that's a problem. You know, you need to lighten up, really. Hey, have you remember this video with Spielberg when he directed the Boston Marathon attack? Check this out. Well, aside from the music, this is a Spielberg production. Boston Marathon Attack apparently had a guy in there directing everybody that looked exactly like Steven Spielberg. Well, if you were trying to fake something as important as a Boston Marathon Attack, in which Dzhokhar Tsarnaev is now on death row waiting to be executed over this, and they've got a director in there doing the staging, and his name is Steven Spielberg, you know you've got a conspiracy on your hands. Look at this. Look at this. He literally is staging the entire event. You can see it. Telling people where to go. There's the cowboy guy. Yeah. This is some of the early fakery that was done. Yeah. Nobody can stage a massacre better than Steven Spielberg. So there you have it. Proof right there that they staged the entire thing. Phenomenal, isn't it? I feel cheated as a viewer, as a citizen of America. I feel like if they can't present solid evidence of things happening, I don't believe any of it. And I'm the one who said that there has been one open casket burial of any of the victims of all these supposed false flags since, the Charleston open flag, the Charleston shooting where the open casket, Charleston pastor and his wax appearance. When you look at the photographs of the shooting, he was the only case in which a person has been seen in an open casket. So this is the only photograph of any one of the alleged victims of the terrorist attack in an open casket. That's it right there. Now you can find photographs of all these things on Reuters, Pinterest, USA Today, but you won't find photographs of the close-up of the face anywhere on the internet now. Let me see if I can do a search again. Right, there it is. I just found it right there. Okay. That's the only photograph we have. And it's off of a thumbnail, because when you go to the site is offline. So all we have virtually is a thumbnail of this guy's photograph. This is the actual wax dummy's face right here. And you can see that the ears are off significantly. And the dimension of the face is completely off too. It's a vector. It's not a spherical or oblong object. It's a vectored face. So what happens when wax is sitting out for a while, it tends to morph or deform into something completely different. So this is the only proof of any one person who's ever been killed by the terrorist attacks in the past 10 years with an open casket. And it's clearly a wax object. And they've refused to allow the site to be published because they know that it will reveal the truth. All right, you got to go. Take it easy, Shadow 2K1. Sleep well. Well, we're doing a real marathon here. Burning the fire in all fours here, doing a non-stop show. Why are you going offline? I don't know. We got good links coming from Scissor Fight tonight. Here's another one. Killer Robot, Bombshell. Okay, this should be interesting.
Yeah, for medical things, I think the great role of it's like we said the legal thing before, that a good computer program could search through all relevant cases and find all references to Kerry versus Warren. But when it comes down to deciding what to do with all that information, it's kind of perilous to trust it to a computer. And the same thing here. The computer programs can be really good at searching through all relevant journal articles, more journal articles than any doctor could ever read, and finding the ones that might be relevant to this particular patient, and keeping the doctor up to date on what's being published and stuff like that. But
okay, Killer Robot, Bombshell, new models go off the rail to deadly malfunction errors. Killer robots could go off the rails and slaughter innocent people thanks to deadly malfunction errors. Military superpowers have been warned. Wow. Campaign to Stop Killer Robots founding member Richard Moya said death and destruction could be a harrowing consequence of AI in the battlefield. Now let me take you to a video by a woman who's just a whistleblower who's just said that she saw 29 people in Japan killed during an militarized AI system test. Let's play her testimony for a while. I'll play more of it tonight.
An undisclosed location somewhere in the northern hemisphere. Machete
29 people dead.
In July, August of 2017. In the prior year, I had been communicating with a Marine who had retired from the Marines but was working special forces. And he had been communicating to me about a number of ET related revelations, secrets that he and a team of special forces were involved with. And so he had kept in touch with me, usually through short texts, or every once in a while, he would call and say, you're tapped, I'm tapped, I'm only going to speak for, and it would be like 30 seconds or a minute, and then hang up. And I understood why, and that was what we were doing. Well, it was in August of 2017. The phone rang, I picked it up. I knew his voice. Can't stay on the line long, but I want you to know that this week, which would have been second week of August 2017, in Japan, 29 humans were killed in a laboratory that was producing militarized robots by the Japanese for warfare. And then he went on to explain what he had learned, because they're in these units, that something like that would happen, they would receive information.
Wow. Okay. Well, some of you are already saying she's nutcase. She's out to lunch. You don't like her makeup. You're all trying to shoot the messenger when the reality is they're going to be testing militarized robots in the future. They are. Okay, we want to take a look at our Christmas video. Yeah, if I could find it. I sent it out to Mark and yeah. I don't have it anymore. Yeah. I haven't been able to find it on my hard drive. I know. I'll play it another night. Maybe as we get close to Christmas, I'll play it. How about that? With the one of me chopping wood? Okay, well, what if I play you this one, which is really good? It teaches you how to make your own Christmas tree. I did this in 2010, and it's pretty good. It tells you how to make your own Christmas tree, and, you know, in a pinch, it'll show up in my hard drive, yeah, somewhere. But, yeah. I think giving you guys a pointer as to, you know, you're dealing with branches, you don't have a lot of money. Sarah and I are probably, you know, going to buy a $5 tree 3 days before Christmas, because last year I saw $5 trees on sale. I was thinking of doing that, but if you don't and you want to, you know, make a tree of your own, we've got the ability to do that. I do, yeah. Christmas is canceled, really? Oh, okay. So we don't have to do this Christmas thing. Oh, good. Okay, well, let's move on then. We don't have to do anything. We don't even have to show you how to make a tree. I know. And here I was looking for the video too. Okay, well, it's been canceled, everybody. Christmas has been canceled according to this person. Yeah, oh well. We tried. France, the yellow jackets are coming out, and I don't mean a type of flying insect. I mean a group of people that are protesting the high cost of fuel in France. Yes. Well, wouldn't you know it, when I'm looking for the video, I can't find it. Got the ATP Biodome. That's kind of a good video. Oh, Amber, I know. Do you want me to feed you now? Let me show you the ATP Biodome video.
Check out our amazing Biodome.
We built it for less than $100.
Come on into the video.
Hi. David John Sponheim here, Sarah Hart. We have a fantastic thing to share with you. It's a biodome we built, and it only costs under $100 to create, and I think you're really going to be excited.
Yeah, it's really great to grow vegetables in the winter when it's cold out like it is now. We still have sun, but it's quite cold, so.
We have a little solar system running in case we want to do any irrigation off of the sun. See that? Those are black barrels filled with water, and they soak up the heat. Right now inside of here, it's like 40 degrees right now outside, but inside is about, you say about 95 degrees?
If you look around, we put shelves on all the different sides of the biodome. We started with a top from a yurt and actually created the plastic with PVC piping, black PVC piping,
right,
to create and then 2x4s.
2x4s. Let's count how many 2x4s are in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I mean, some
regular
of the wood
2x4s
might be more expensive than $100, but if you're able to get it from a place that they're building a house or something like that,
right,
it works out really well.
So you're planning on starting seeds, is that it, in the seed starter?
Yeah,
here?
I'll put seed starters and I have some smaller ones outside or things like this, and then I'll start the seeds and I'll put them all along the edges of the shelving in here to germinate them.
Great. And something that really requires germination would be something like that. Maybe lettuce could get started there. But this is how you get your garden started, folks. And what we did was we constructed this with recycled materials, and also, like she said, a yurt had a crack in it, so we used the dome, but this could be replaced by plastic sheeting and PVC or water piping.
To probe allegations
This is a particular type of metal that's very good reflective agent and has an insulation barrier. You can get this at most hardware stores. But as you can see, it's pretty well made for $100, and it has withstood 100-mile-per-hour winds. It should be able to handle that. The construction, yeah. So we use that, and then we have a water barrel back in the back that we have a timer on, and we have a solar system for pumping and getting water to plants in the summer when we're not able to service it all the time.
Well, that's even cool too out in your garden with a little, just a PVC pipe that you created with plastic sheeting,
right,
as a mini greenhouse type thing to start germinating during the winter.
Yeah.
Very good.
Very good. Okay, well, great. Thank you for sharing this beautiful experience. We created this biodome about 2 years ago, and if you want to get more information, you can certainly email us. We'd be glad to talk to you, and thanks for watching. This project required 10 2x4s, 8 feet long,
Representative-elect
20 yards
Alexandria
of 5mm
Ocasio-Cortez
plastic,
on Sunday referred to,
and
quote,
30
death
feet
panels, which
of
was
flexible
popularized almost a
PVC.
decade ago by Sarah Palin,
So
saying
start
they
your own
exist in the
biodome
private
and
health
save a
insurance
lot of money
market.
on
Quote,
vegetables
actually,
coming
we
up
have
this year.
for-profit death panels now. They are companies plus boards saying you're on your own because they won't cover a critical procedure or medicine, she wrote in a back and forth with the president of a conservative think tank on Twitter. Maybe if the GOP stopped hiding behind this socialist rock they love to throw, they
Well, that was kind of fun watching two videos at the same time. That was different. Yeah, the Hill is a terrible auto-start video that automatically plays if I have a Hill link. So whenever you guys send me a Hill link, I have to get rid of it. I'm okay, yeah. Having a little urinary retention causes your face to freeze. Sorry. Oh, I'm back up again. Well, that was me in 2010. You really think I sounded young there? Yeah. No, I can't grow weed here in America, in Washington State. It is not legal. In California, it is for personal use. In other states, it is, but Washington was the first to legalize, and they made it illegal to grow it unless you have a permit or a medical permit involving a doctor saying you need to smoke it because of medical reasons. I don't grow marijuana at all. I never have. It would be totally illegal, and I would never do it. Even if it was legal in the state to grow personal use, I wouldn't do it because for risk of the federal government coming in and saying, hey, it's illegal to grow weed, so therefore we're going to take it away from you and put you in federal penitentiary. I won't break the law, period. No, I don't want to grow psilocybin. No. I would smoke marijuana, yeah, or vape it because it's beneficial. Yeah. A lot of people have benefited from legal marijuana. It wouldn't be the first time somebody benefited. Huawei CFO Meng Wanzhou to appear in Canadian court as Chinese media slam arrest. Now, President Trump is in the process of meeting Xi Jinping, and he hasn't even discussed this. Their most powerful company's CFO, a telecommunications giant in Asia, their lead woman, the daughter of the CEO, Meng Wanzhou, has been charged with a crime violating economic sanctions against Iran, which should never have happened if Trump had just listened to my advice and not imposed sanctions against Iran after he didn't sign the treaty. Crazy Leg says, you have my vote, and I am not a degenerate. Wow, that's great. No, I would never do that. No. I have enjoyed marijuana in my life. It has been a good thing because it's very relaxing and medicinal, I find. But I would never go so far as to, become a pot grower for fear that the federal government would, do something. Yeah. Oh, live stream replay. We don't need a 3-hour replay of the Vonmus show. No. It was horrible. Yeah. No, pot does not make you paranoid. It does have the ability, if you have a predisposition to psychosis, if you're chronically psychotic or have the predisposition, it could push you over the edge. But it never has caused anyone to become chronically psychotic. It would be acute psychosis, if you call it paranoia, if at all. Part of the reason why people were paranoid when they, were accused of smoking pot many years ago is it wasn't legal and no one wanted to be doing something illegal. So no one wanted to look high. Yes, you can buy recreational marijuana in Washington. And we were one of the first states to be the big providers of this, if not the first state, I believe. It might have been Colorado and then Washington. I'm not really sure. I think it was one or the other. But we were right in there in the beginning voting for legalization. And so they made a very interesting way of doing it here. In Oregon, they actually weigh out your marijuana. You go into like a smelling area. You can smell the marijuana. In Washington, everything's sealed. There's no way of smelling anything. When they first started out, they had smelling containers where you'd smell the type of weed, but they don't do that anymore, or they don't at most places. But you just sight unseen. You're buying it for what it looks like and for what the content of THC is, and they do measure it, and they make sure that you know exactly how much CBD is in it as well. So you're getting a really scientifically designed solution to a lot of your self-medication needs. And many people who use, natural homeopathic methods of staying healthy find that they're getting a very good result. Parkinson's victims, epileptic victims, even autism has shown some benefits from CBD oil. Yeah. I cannot make ecstasy legal. It's got an LSD in it and MDM. And nor would I want to create any legality plan for that unless 2/3 of the country would have to agree that we want to legalize all drugs. Would I even go down that road? Right now, 72% of the population of young people are in total favor of recreational marijuana legalization. That's a large number of people, 72%, way more than a super majority needed, 2/3. 67%. So there's a strong growing interest in legalization recreational. So that is the reason I am kind of focusing on that as part of our main thing when I become president, is to legalize marijuana. It'll open up a vista of potential growth in our economy. Now this woman is, oh, you made it. Hi.
Hi.
Hi. Thanks for coming in. I didn't hear you coming in.
I'm stealthy.
You're very, very stealthy, yeah. It's like, wow. So she's going to await a bail hearing as she awaits possible extradition to the United States. And Trump didn't even mention this woman, the CFO of Huawei. Huawei. Thank you. Sarah's here, everyone. How was your party?
It was good. It was what I needed.
Good. Good.
Oh, you were asked about.
Oh, really good.
Yeah, my old friend. Remember the last party? No, the Christmas party you and I went to when I was still in school.
Oh, yeah.
The people that hosted that asked about you.
Oh, did they? Good. That's cool. Well, it's good that you got to talk about me.
How's he doing?
That's nice. Well, we're doing great. I think this Christmas has been a very calming Christmas. And they saw the Biodome, but then this hill started playing in the middle of the Biodome when I was in the other room. So they got to listen to the Biodome and learn about politics at the same time. It was like a double messaging thing going on. I heard it from the other room.
Yeah.
Ex-Colombia President Belisario Betancourt dies. Okay. Have you seen ATP Bot?
Yeah.
Isn't that cool? Yeah, Ghost developed ATP Bot, which gives us news feeds on an automatic basis from various RSS feeds around the globe.
Oh, that's cool.
Isn't that the coolest thing? So here's this link right here, and we go right to the story. And then, it's like, whoa, really? Oh, okay. Ex-Colombia President Belisario, today he's passed away as 95 years old. Yeah.
Thank you, 438. I love the hearts.
Wow.
I love hearts. Anything to do with them.
Well, 95 is not such a bad, lifespan.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
That's pretty. And he seemed to be dedicated to peace here. In 2004, he's holding up, on a democracy in Latin America, Panama City, he's holding up the peace sign. So that's pretty nice.
Is Amber still hungry, or did you feed
No,
her?
I haven't fed her. She's been coming and whining.
Feed me.
Meow, I hear her now. Meow. I know. Meow, meow, where's... And she was wondering where Mommy was. So.
Oh, you think so?
Gunter Spitzen has the second deadliest Ebola outbreak in history spreads to a major city, raising new challenges for containment. Remember this happened in Liberia last when Obama was president in 2014. Now it's happening again. I wonder what city. Yeah, Ebola in the Congo. This is on the west coast in Butembo, a bustling city of almost 1 million people in the Congo. Bad. Ebola is one of the worst things ever. I had a video I made called Obama Ebola.
Yes.
It's pretty funny. All right, I'll be back. Thank you.
40% of children in America go to bed hungry each night. 40%? Really?
That's a lot. Yeah.
Are you just making that
No,
up?
I've heard that statistic. Yeah.
That's a lot of kids. And the other 60% go to bed with too much in their stomach. Man. Mark even mentioned David in his Christmas show. Oh, thank you. David, he probably didn't play the weird video that David made that was so random. I wouldn't blame him. Did Mark finish his Christmas show? Or is he still going strong? Yeah, exactly, chicken. It wasn't a gift exchange. It was a party for the school district kind of thing, but not paid for with taxpayers. It was paid for with like unions supported it or something, and it had like a band. The drummer was a friend of mine, and so they had live music, and then they had food. Or then they had there was this one guy who was a military guy, because we live in a military town, and he was like one of the teacher's husbands. He's like, man, I should get on the planning committee because we have these awesome Christmas parties in the military. That's a good idea, Tikin. Actually, not necessarily cookies, but I could tell the kids, if you want to do like a Christmas sharing thing, we could all wrap up presents and things like that. No, I would never do that, Tikin. I would never confiscate things and take them all home. But we could do like a gift exchange, like almost like a white elephant gift exchange. Instead of exchanging names, we could exchange, like, everybody bring in a gift less than $5, and then we could exchange them. And I could go grab some things at like the dollar store for kids that don't bring in gifts. And then we can call it a gray elephant gift exchange, or just a random gift exchange. That's what we'll do. We'll call it the random gift exchange. And then they can all bring in something for someone, and then everybody brings and then everybody grabs. So it's like everybody brings in, it could be like the stone soup gift exchange. Anyway, everybody brings in something, and then everybody takes something, and that's it. Yeah, each kid could bring in some food. Kids need soup. I know. Okay, then, Misanthropy, we won't do it at all. I don't want to indoctrinate them to consumerism. Well, it was interesting. I went and I was like, oh, there's nobody. I didn't know that many people when I got there, but then I did see like random person. Oh, I know you. So I talked to that person for a while, and then I was like, oh, now my principal's here. So anyway, I agree. Not more cheap toys and useless things. I agree with that, Lols. Instead, what I was thinking is we could watch a movie. Maybe I could buy a movie like Polar Express and watch a movie, and I can bake them cookies instead. Would that be better for my students? Oh, I love that. Scissor Fight says, instead, have the kids make something for each other. You can't buy anything, but you can make something. That's good. But we only have 1 week. Do you think they can make something in 1 week? They can make each other a card. Oh, is that what? Wait, Lowell said. Oh, Lowell says a food exchange. What? $438 likes the idea of movies and the cookies. Okay. I do like the different foods from different cultures, but at least one third grade teacher does that. So, yeah, I don't know if I'll do that. Mine says 7.7 like the $5 limit. I know I don't like the consumerism thing either. I think I'm gonna do the cookies because I already have the cookies, and I have an oven. And I have a really cool like setup. Actually, it's really cool because there's a student that's from she used to go to school in a different country, but she totally speaks English. But she came and she's like, I have this document camera projector that hooks up to my computer too. And she's like, wow, it's like a movie. And it's very cool. Anyway, I might just be Apple and Minty. Might be the nicest person on the idea. Your idea works well. David could make a Christmas movie. It was funny. I was thinking of David because we did the third graders did a musical about the Polar Express, and there's this great voiceover, and he talked in the middle of each children's song, That's like thinking about David. I would hope that they're educated that that's actually not an immunity to HIV and actually puts you at greater risk for HIV, because especially blood vessels in that area can be inflamed, and that's how HIV spreads, is from blood interaction. Well, I guess we need more education to educate people. You always should use protection to protect yourself from any HIV. The question was, what are your thoughts on, I don't know about the taking PrEP thing, but the thoughts on gay men having unprotected sex out of a false sense of being immune to HIV because they're not having heterosexual relations or something like that. I don't know if that's the case, but anyway, the thing is, any unprotected sex puts you at risk for not only HIV but other STDs. Well, don't think of HIV though as if people do have HIV, it's not a life sentence like it used to be. People can live for a very long and healthy life with, even while they have HIV. Here, I'll pull this over here, but so they had some kind of Christmas carnival. That's cute. I guess I should show everybody else what I'm watching, huh? That David always does that. I always have to remove it. See, what are you doing, David? David's like, what? I'm not in the room. What do you mean? That reminds me of some kind of thing I did the first year I was teaching. Macrame, Christmas craft site and DIY ideas. Macrame. Yeah. It's kind of cute. Ow. Millennials are expected to be at a 50% rate for STDs, misanthropy. Wow. Two in three have worms? What? Oh, is Cardi B like one of the Kardashians Roboskills? No one ever taught her to take off her hat indoors. Oh, some ghetto rapper. Oh, a female rapper. Wow. And she was never taught, like, it's polite to take off your hat and when you're inside a building. Wow. Especially in front of a judge. And she was obviously not briefed on, like, the judge is like the ruler in the courtroom and you don't want to get on his or her bad side, and you want to show respect. Wow. She's like, you should respect me. A school principal's Christmas ban backfires. Banning Christmas. Don't ban Christmas. Our school went and we're having a door decorating contest. And at first I was like, ugh, just one more thing to do.
So what was the food like?
So there was some kind of, maybe not prime rib, but roast beef.
Yummy.
I had a slice of roast beef. They had
Was it pretty tender?
antipasto. I had the marinated mushrooms from that.
Oh, yummy. Marinated mushrooms from antipasto.
Oh, they had this baked brie.
Ooh.
Which was wrapped in like a crust, like a phyllo dough.
Oh, I love that. I bet that was mouth-watering.
That was best. I had a bunch of that.
Baked brie, yummy.
And
kind of like a crusty quiche, but baked brie.
They had a really nice food spread.
That's good.
Cheeses from around the world, international cheese spread.
Oh, international cheese as well.
So different things.
Wow, that's great. It's nice to have a. What about beverages? What kind of beverages?
I did not have enough. I didn't have any beverages because I think everybody like bought beers or wine, or like people around me. One person did a like tequila shot, and the other person was drinking wine, and another person was drinking beer, and then they're like, "Oh, you can have a drink of my stout," or I don't know. And I was like, I don't do alcohol.
Do you want me to make you a hot cocoa now?
Yes, that would be great.
Okay.
Because I am a little dehydrated from not drinking anything. It was not like a roast beef like... It wasn't a roast beef like sliced roast beef. It was like a beef that was cooked and then you slice off of it. Like almost like prime rib, I guess, but I think it was roast beef. What % of people at the party were drinking alcohol? 80%, I would say. But what percent, but what % of the people that work in my building showed up? 1%. It was just myself. And what % of people in the district showed up? Maybe like 2 to 3%. Oh, you think you... Oh, man, you smoked your palate away? Maybe. You might have. Yeah. But, and then, anyway. But it was great because it was really good. I had a conversation that I needed to have. And... Crucial conversation? No. But maybe a crucial conversation. Had a couple great conversations, so mostly, chit chat, but yeah, anyway. I've been working hard and I enjoy it. I realized though that I enjoy what I'm doing and I enjoy I definitely enjoy I enjoy teaching. Yes, exactly. We formed a meaningful relationship, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Or like, are you here by yourself? Yep. Are you here by yourself? Yep. My significant other was otherwise engaged. Yes, my wife couldn't come to these kinds of things. And then lots of people with
with their husband, a couple people with their husbands, and talked to different people. I used to know like almost every single person because of my role, and now I feel like I don't know as many people because there's just been so many changes. Wow. Okay, I'm glad I'm going to close out of these, the carnival game and all that. That's pretty funny, but okay. Why did I leave David home? Because I know loves this show. If it ended up being like the party was on Sunday, David might go with me. There was no, yes, exactly. David needed a stable Ethernet connection, and I don't even think that particular place had Wi-Fi. They're still that way, lols. But they're calming down.
Okay,
I see. Rubber skills, yes.
But this is the ultimate.
Wow, thank you. Wow,
I guess if you drink it that way, they'll see your
diva.
Diva. Mm. That is good.
Mm-hmm.
I had a little of it. Want me to heat it up, or is it good?
No, it's good.
Okay. Good. I like those Keurig coffee Starbucks things.
Yeah, I do too. I have one or two a day. It's just good. Yeah, but the last time, I don't know, we're a little shy of movie theaters. Actually, well, yes. Okay, I can tell you about our movie theater experiences. Last time we went to the theater with David's sister, you know who, and I just did not have a good, pleasant experience in the movie theater with that person. I am imbibing on hot chocolate. Exactly. And then the time before, we were at a theater, but David had some vision, like he thought something was going to happen. They were talking at the time, I think, about the Pacific Coast falling into the ocean. So David was like he was like talking about that on the way to the theater. Then there was a time before that a premonition. Yes, exactly. I've never seen that person just because she talks about her. She likes her. You know how if you're sitting next to someone in a theater and they're doing like annoying things, that's what it was, bingo. And the time before that, we were in a theater. We went to see, which I would have probably stayed and seen it, but I can't remember all of it. But it was Lord of the Rings. Was it Lord of the Rings? No, it was The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. And then David was like freaked out that they tied up the lion and were gonna hurt the lion or something. So we left part the way through the movie theater, something. Also, I think we went into that theater is a it's considered weird to go see a movie by yourself. That's what I would do probably though, is see a movie by myself. I guess I'm weird. Oh my god, Chicken. That's bizarre. Anyway. Oh, but our local theater, I don't like in the middle of the summer because it's not well ventilated. I'll say that. At least it wasn't well ventilated a decade ago when I went there. What do you mean you only have experience with little kids kicking the seat? Like your children in the back of your van? I don't know what you mean by that comment. You say David's sister is fun. I only have experience with little kids kicking the seat. What does that even mean? Oh, in the movie theater. Got it. Oh, going to a theater is considered a group activity, so if you go alone, you're weird. That's just people trying to isolate everybody, Misanthropy. Don't let them isolate you. It is... I have realized, though, something about myself. And it's so true. So, somebody... I went to a party with David a few years ago, and there was, and I really liked the party because they had little like different things. They had like a masseuse, they had a what I really liked was this handwriting. They would read your handwriting, so they say just write a note about anything, or even copy down this note but using your handwriting, and then they would analyze your handwriting and tell you about yourself. Like they'd say, and what the person told me was that I am, if I'm in a new situation, I'm usually like standoffish and uncomfortable. But then once I start to be comfortable, then I'm actually really super outgoing and I like talk to many, many people. And that was actually my experience. Tonight was kind of a very, a microcosm of that entire thing, because like when I first got there I was like, I don't know anybody, because they all work at like the high school or different places I don't always go. And then I saw one person. I was like, oh hey, I don't really know you, but we spent a day together at some conference, so I just stopped by her. And I was looking, I was like, yeah, nobody from my school is there, nobody I really know. And then at the end, like when people started showing up that I knew, then I got more comfortable, and then I ended up talking to like a handful of different people, and that was good. I don't think so, Ticken. Tiny order of French nuns take on the Vatican according in Times of India. Okay, ATP bot. Wait, are you going to comment on Evelyn Mitty's comment? Okay. Well, it gets the poison out, Evelyn Mitty. I just want to call you Evolution, but... Okay, Robo Schools, you just made me laugh. They took a look at your handwriting and called you a chronic. And you were impressed. Thanks. They weren't. They were able to like put some a blue light on your paper or something. How did the conversation devolve to that?
I'm going to hang out with you guys.
Thank you, because the conversation went in a totally different direction.
Yeah, it's really kind of weird.
And I wasn't even saying anything that... Alright, anyway. Do you remember that party that we went to where they analyzed our handwriting?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I was saying that tonight, that they were spot on with my handwriting analysis, and tonight was like a microcosm of that, because what the handwriting analysis told me was like, that when I'm in a new situation, like I'm uncomfortable and stand off.
Yeah.
But then once I get going and I like become comfortable, then I'm actually super outgoing and really.
You kind of switch on immediately.
Yeah, David has seen that with me actually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they were spot on with her handwriting. I didn't do a handwriting analysis because I don't.
He doesn't like to be pigeonholed, people.
Yeah, in fact, they pigeonholed me as a person who doesn't like to be pigeonholed.
Yeah,
that's my characteristic. I don't think there is a situation.
There's no situation.
I think it's been resolved. Yeah. Plus, we don't allow people talking about other rooms in here. You know.
I have to look up that word again, Diggin. I can't remember. No, I don't. I used to go to the theater a lot.
The resolve is that we keep moving on, and moving forward is the only answer.
I don't know. I'm not really. I don't have enmity.
No anger toward people.
Toward going to the theater. But I just don't know if David and I have had a great theater experience.
No, we didn't.
I don't know if David has enmity for it, but...
I had a situation where I'd always have bad things happen whenever I was in a theater. Like
even before
situation.
He met me,
yeah.
He had some bad thing happen. So
we saw a great movie together, though. I remember seeing What Dreams May Come with Robin Williams together when we first met.
Yeah, that was a good movie.
I really enjoyed it. It was like an amazingly visually spectacular movie if you've never seen it. Evil to the end, killer David Earl Miller uses last words to say beats death row before electric chair execution after 36 years in prison for murdering date with fire poker. He's the only person to choose the chair in nearly 2 decades since Tennessee adopted injection. So he wants the electric chair. And he did. Evil to the end. We don't give any time to people who are like that. Yeah. We don't give him any airtime. Not if you hurt somebody, you don't get notoriety for it.
He's allowed to come back in the show when I'm on. Big Mom Magoosh.
We never kicked Zeno out of the show. 20 years we've been together, Sarah and I.
Yeah, brings cider apprehensive when entering social environments.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm glad we're hanging out tonight on our Christmas pre.
We haven't been together 25 years.
No, 20 years, going on 21 years.
Almost 20 years.
It's been pretty fun, too. I mean, when you think about all the great times we shared, I really enjoyed our time together.
David was saying today he wouldn't want to be alone.
No, it's very difficult to be alone in this world, especially when you have a lot of responsibilities. And, you know, I don't even discuss the responsibilities that I deal with every day, so I minimize it.
The thing is, I don't know if we have an anniversary per se. I would say David thinks we have like an October one, which is when we met. But I almost say we have like June 1st is when I moved in with you.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Or was it July 1st?
It was 1998,
Because
1999.
I think it was
July.
June 1st.
It was July 1999, I think.
It was July. I know we had July 4th of July together, but I think I was here for a month before.
That was 1999, 4th of July. Partied like it was 1999, I believe.
Well, I knew I moved in. Yeah, I moved in on June 1st, 1999.
Yeah, so we could have an anniversary then. in 2019. That'd be perfect.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know
that'll
exactly
be-
where I
that'll
want to
be-
go for our anniversary
That'll be
too.
20 years.
Mm-hmm.
You know where you want to go for our 20th
Yeah, I think we should.
anniversary?
We should do something. Yeah, we'll talk about
It's a
that.
little scary.
personally.
I don't know why it's so scary.
Well, we don't have to do anything, with others. We just do it together. Now,
No, I mean, yeah. I don't know.
Ukraine says it's going to send naval ships through the disputed Kerch Strait soon, after 3 of them had already been seized by the Russians. So Ukraine is going to be egging the Russians on with a naval operation.
That's true.
We have
I
never.
pissed David on air.
No, not again. No. They want to egg us on all the time. I don't do this for these people, and frankly, we cannot allow this type of behavior in the show.
You're right. My name is spelled. Never mind.
Yeah, and
I was just deflecting.
no, we can't. As much as I would like to kiss on camera, I can't. We don't want to cater to that mentality. Well, some people do know how to act in public. I'm just tired of the.
Okay.
I'm
I
tired.
think it's late.
I'm tired of the. I'll carry the rest of the show till 12 more minutes. But thank you, Sarah, for coming in. I'm tired of the Trump problem. And we had a referral here.
Is this like the gravy lover? Gravy
Yeah, this is the stuff that we need to find for our cat if we want to make our cat ultimately pleasured.
Fancy Feast Gravy Lovers.
The Gravy Lover Fancy Feast stuff. So I'm going to look for that next time I go to the market.
Okay.
And this is the highest rating the beef wet cat food in roast beef. 4.9 out of 5.
Oh,
Positive.
she would love that.
Yeah, she will.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much, Sarah. Yay!
Yeah, it was good. I'm glad I went.
Good.
I'm glad I.
Had fun.
Yeah, I was like the only one.
Good.
I was the only one there at the party. Eating the food.
You were the only one eating the food, really?
No, I'm just kidding.
Oh.
I was the only one for my school.
Oh, from your school, really?
Well, me and the principal.
Wow, that's interesting. Wow.
School, yeah.
Not a lot of big district activities with your locals, yeah. Well, enjoy, warm up the room. I'll join you for an evening Netflix nightcap. That'll be fun. Good night, says Scissor Fight. Thank you. Isn't that Godiva cup awesome? It's the ultimate hot cocoa cup. But if you put it in the microwave, it will spark, so you know. Sarah? Oh.
You tried it?
Yeah, that gold inlay will... I didn't try it, but the gold inlay will kick in.
Okay. I won't put it in the microwave then.
If you put it in the microwave, try my blue cup.
Okay, I said I'm fine.
All right. Yeah, the gold in the Godiva, because Godiva is known for its chocolate boxes that are all gold. I really like Godiva chocolate. But I like a lot of chocolate. I'm just not a chocolate addict like Sarah. Sarah loves chocolate. I like drink coffee, and she can't have coffee. Okay, we got constant RSS feeds from the ATP bot. I really like how this works. Yeah, it's just general stuff, but you get odds and ends like U.S. Russia ready to talk or to walk away from the arms treaty. Really? Putin threatened Wednesday to forge ahead with developing missiles that could target Europe if the United States pulls out of an 87 treaty. Right. In Brussels on Tuesday for a NATO meeting, U.S. Secretary of State Mike Pompeo said Russia was working on a new missile system that violates the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty. The weapons could carry out a nuclear strike on Europe with little or no notice. The United States said it will abandon the agreement in 60 days unless Russia changes course. So we're on a crash course with another Cold War conflict here. And NATO allies concurred Moscow is not holding up its end of the deal. It's now up to Russia to avert the end of the treaty. So a German government spokesman told us this. Yeah, so if Russia decides not to honor the treaty, we're going to be at another military buildup standpoint. The tip of the nuclear time clock may go to the top of the hour. I mean, it's like 1 minute away right now. Scary. And with all this stuff going on with Russia, you got to wonder where we're going to be going, because we're kind of on shaky ground, not knowing if Putin likes Trump or just wants to use Trump or has goods on Trump. And what is Trump doing, really? Oh, the decline of the monarch butterflies, right. And there are people that think somehow that there'll be micro air vehicles that'll do the pollination for all of the bees that are dying off from Roundup. I'll be darned. Look at that beautiful bee. In the 1980s, roughly 4.5 million monarchs wintered in California, but at last count, there may be as few as 30,000. Whoa, that's devastating. 4.5 million down to 30,000. Oh, look at the beautiful monarchs. I used to have them all over my yard when I was a young kid growing up. Now I occasionally have a monarch where I live. Luckily, they do come by. We have some beautiful butterflies here, but wow, that's serious. All right, yeah. Trump delayed sanctions over an official response to Putin across the that are in violation. Oh. Well, Trump is making war-type overtures to countries simply by triggering all kinds of conflict. That's how World War II started. FDR kind of knew full well what he was getting into when he would force Japan to abide by certain treaties and then violated the treaties themselves. The Java rights, for instance, the Java Peking oil rights that had been declared by Japan were violated by the U.S. government, which triggered the Japanese to be angry enough to bomb Pearl Harbor, which many people say that FDR knew in advance that Pearl Harbor would be attacked. So this is kind of the same thing all over again. Trump is triggering a relationship problem with Huawei, the CFO, the woman Meng, who has been arrested and now extradited. Right now, she's being extradited to the U.S. for trial because she violated the economic sanctions against Iran. What a mess that is. And then imposing tariffs on China without any real purpose, just to impose tariffs. That created a huge backlash and probably an ongoing problem with China. Wow. And then his whole debacle with Russia is denying any relationship, and then us believing now that he was deeply involved. And now acting like he has to be tough guy toward Russia. He might even want to send troops into Ukraine. He wants to prove how tough he is, which is exactly what Russia would probably want, making it look like our fault. Oh, this is playing out very, very, very bad. Testing our weapons out in Syria, 154 weapons strikes, Tomahawk weapon strikes against targets that didn't amount to anything. Telegraphing our ability to respond to a Syrian counterstrike. That was Trump's brainless thing to do. That's probably what Russia wanted as well, to see where our weapons would be striking from. This is ridiculous. When we should just agree to not be involved in Syria, pull our troops and any rebel forces back from any key areas. Obviously, Syria's got a big war going on right now over an oil field, and Russia's lost in that entanglement. They sent in private mercenaries called the Warren Group, in which Putin ordered the Warren Group to make a strike on an oil facility controlled by rebel forces. We annihilated the Warren Group, and Putin couldn't even talk about it to his people because it was right around his election time. So all these things are kind of playing out, and we're kind of potentially at a break point with war with either Russia or some other country. Good job, Trump. Yeah, what a guy. I can see why you people really like Donald Trump, because he really wants to create war. And you Trump-tards really want war, don't you? Wow. Problem is, 408, the deep state was never, ever going to be questioned by Donald Trump. The deep state allowed Donald Trump to take over. The deep state watched while Russia censored me on this show and allowed and definitely encouraged Trump to win. Don't get me wrong. Trump is pretending to be up against the deep state, but it really isn't the deep state versus Trump. Trump is part of the deep state. It's really, we don't have any representation against the deep state, and we're here floundering around trying to formulate a political movement when the deep state's already got control over the Democrats and the Republicans. That's what's going on. I'm not saying the deep state are the good guys. I'm saying we're not at war with the deep state. Donald seems to be walking in lockstep with the deep state. Their mere attacking Donald is not the deep state attacking Donald because he's attacking the deep state. It is the deep state actually just trying to protect our country from Russian contamination of our political process, because the deep state actually thinks America should remain America, not the New World Order. Now, Donald is really kind of in bed with Kissinger. And their foreign policy has pushed us to the brink where we're doing all of the Zionist bidding. But I'll bet there are people in the FBI and the CIA right now that are turning over in their sleep wondering, how do we get the Zionist influence out of our government? And I'm sure there are good, solid, patriotic Americans right now that are wondering, well, why did Israel decide to run America? And why are we letting Donald Trump use his Zionist connections to let Israel run America? So I think we have a lot of good people still left in our agencies that we can recoup from this terrible dig into and the control of our country from a Zionist Russian perspective. You do. How do you plan on getting Zionists out of our government? Susan, Zionists use money as their key ingredient. They're going to continue to use money as a way to leverage and buy our government. The two-party system is essentially almost worthless at this point. We could toss it away. That's why I'm urging for a third party. The two parties have become completely viable, whereas we can build this party so it's not viable. Thank you. The Russians are Zionists. Vladimir Putin is worth $200 billion, and he received that money from Russian Zionists. They're the ones running Russia ever since we, under George H.W. Bush, broke up what is now Russia, what was formerly the Soviet Union, the USSR. We essentially, under George W. Bush, were used by the New World Order. They controlled us through George W. Bush, HW and W, to break up the Soviet Union, leaving Russia an isolated state which could be controlled by oligarchs, which is exactly what has been done. And they're using Russia then to use as a fulcrum point to attack us again, weakening us. It's like one side against the other, constantly weakening both sides. That's how they're doing it. It's just like a lever going back and forth, back and forth. The Russians have obviously made some overt statements against Israel, claiming they support Syria. I get that. But what is really happening is there's an act of theater going on. Russia hasn't embedded any of their troops or their ports of entry into the Syrian country. They simply want it as a former Soviet satellite nation, and they want to monitor it and make sure that it's not being disrupted by Western influences. The Zionist influence within that country recognizes they have to play this game to continue this charade of Russia versus the U.S. back and forth. They control both of our countries. We are being controlled by a hidden New World Order government run by Zionists. All of our countries are. We're just a question of how much of our country is left. We have a national sovereign nation which needs to protect its borders. Donald Trump used my idea, the 1,000-mile fence idea, as a point to rally people in America. He didn't even know how to implement the idea. When asked who's going to pay for it, Mexico is going to pay for it. And we saw how well that worked out. Trump has managed to absorb my concepts of national sovereignty and maintaining our nationhood, virtually to catapult himself forward. And this is how the Zionist movement has been working from the inside. They've been buying and controlling everybody around them and absorbing them. Now, they can't absorb everything I say or do because it wouldn't fit their paradigm. They don't want you to get a $400. They don't want you to get $400 a month. Donald would never ever offer that. Somebody said he was offering that in money back from oil drilling or something, but I have yet to hear it. But they don't want you to get all these benefits, and they certainly don't want to make it so that you have affordable health care. These people want to profit from you from the very day you wake up in the morning, from your birth all the way up through the end of your life. They want to suck you dry. So they don't want to give you anything. You're not empowered. You're just a part of the useless eaters that they're going to try to harvest. And their big plan is to actually use everybody's labor until you're all spent out and then replace you with robots. And in the next few years, we could see robots take over the entire world. We don't know that. Thank you. I can't be over with it. Scott, sorry. Your history of violence I can't deal with. Yeah, sorry. But you seem like a nice guy now. But the reality is there's I'm just kidding you. Yeah, that's why we're going to have to take you out of the show. Poor Rodney has to come in under Scott Bio's name. Isn't that sad? Unbelievable evidence of man's using various frequencies to control it. Weather patterns. Thank you, Scissor Fight. Never lose truth. Going to have another discussion on weather patterns and their effect on us, and the radio frequencies as well.
Man's hand in this storm that many are being greatly inconvenienced. Some car damage in Houston. But look at this, please. Everybody should just be able to look at this and know that this is not how Mother Nature creates snow or any kind of precipitation.
It's all completely controlled. Climate change is all really chemtrail activity, weather modification, weather warfare. When they talk about the dangers of climate change, they're really creating exactly what they need to create to make us all think that this is, but really behind the scrim is weather warfare. Yeah. Whether you like it or not, they're able to do this and they get away with it. So what can we do about it? Not much. At this point, we're just forced to be here and breathe the air that they're poisoning. Yeah, so she's going to talk about that at depth. But you don't have to believe anything is happening. If you want to ignore everything, you'll just wait for these people to slowly depopulate the earth the way they want to. Now, I'll leave you with these words on this anti-war rally. Hitler was not some fluke of a guy who spoke out and got the German people to, build up a huge anger toward people with money, and then led to the slaughter of innocent Jewish people. Hitler was actually financed. His rise to power was funded by people like the Windsor family, J.P. Morgan, the Rothschilds, the Fords, Henry Ford. He was actually financed. His rise to power was financed to stop a Bolshevik revolution in Russia from pushing forward into Western Europe. Similarly, Trump is being financed right now to be a veritable buffoon at a time when we need a strong leader. A person who's simply propped up to create aggression toward other countries. Now, if these people really do control Russia, which I think they do, these New World Order Zionists, and if they really do control the U.S., which I think they do, bottom line, they control the two-party system. They don't mind if we have a war with each other. They don't mind if the U.S. and Russia go at it with conventional weapons. They really don't. In fact, their goal is to find who has the best weapons. So we're being lured, the Russians are being lured into a veritable battle over territories we don't need to be fighting over. And what we need to be thinking about is a transcendent way out of this paradigm that they've created, a way of transcending and reaching out and making solid, good choices with Russia to make sure Russia knows that Russia can have certain territories. Clarification. Donald Trump has not done that. Instead, we've got this shadow game going on between Russia and then Trump, and now entire countries like the Ukraine are in the crosshairs. So we are at a pivotal point where if Trump either is pulled out of position as a president with all his baggage related to Russia, or worse yet, we have Pence, who has this hysterical view of everything where he overreacts to everything. And then we have a potential for an overreaction with Pence, or we see a change of leadership in the next 2 to 3 years in the U.S. Otherwise, we are on a pathway toward another World War III concept. I mean, the idea is not out of our reach to imagine this heating up in any one direction, with Trump being the loose cannon that he is, with Twitter and all that. So I think we're really at a pivotal point where we've chosen a president who is completely off the rails, who could veritably trigger anything, and they helped him get in there. So whoever put Trump in charge really does want conflict and really doesn't care about people or the future of humanity. I'll leave you that note. Anyway, thank you for coming in, everyone. We'll be playing videos until 2 in the morning tonight. I'll be back on Monday with Conspiracy Monday. And it's always good to have the show up and running and you guys watching. Thank you. It's not always easy fitting my theme song into the show, so I'll fit it out in the very end. Mr. Right. Take care.
You're Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true. You spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I finally found. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. You're Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true. My world around, 'cause you're the peace I finally found. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. My feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. You're Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true.